and understand why the world keeps changing. Deranged and sadistic, all the world's entertainment. We thrive off the pain and get a rush off the anguish, and couldn't care less if others suffer for the dangers. Romanticize the chaos, fall in love with the agony. Feed off the energies of pain, loss, and tragedy. They use the proper strategies to market off the saddening of masses in the maddening, and they use the proper packaging. Fear is in the air and it's sweet like a symphony. A bleeding heart's a sickness. Stop using empathy. Sympathy's a crutch. We're extreme in the century. Who wants to be a hero? I'm enthralled by the villainy. Romanticize the chaos, fall in love with deception. It's been burning in our hearts since the moment of conception. We're ants without a goal, with thoughts in need of direction. Anger is the impulse with the inception of correction. Soul for a dream and a pocket full of promise, and I've seen more hells than your God would like to acknowledge. Tell me where the lies end and the truth begins, and why our innocence is slowly being poisoned by sin. Romanticize the chaos, fall in love with the suffering. You build a house of sticks and wonder why the walls are crumbling. The days are getting darker and the nights are getting colder. It gets harder to ignore this malignant chip on my shoulder, as it filters through the skin and it courses through the water. It's ingrained to be contained just as long as I'm entertained. As the days get harder and the nights get longer, I get the sinking feeling that I'm becoming a martyr. Romanticize the chaos, fall in love with the ignorance, building from the fact that all thinking's become a hindrance. Ignorance is bliss, this is as good as it gets. Even bullshit tastes good when I'm eating it off of Ritz. In the wind, and as thick as hell's humility and civility have lost of their validity. Hatred of all races is the doctrine in this city. I say, fuck my neighbor, keep him out of my vicinity. Romanticize the chaos, fall in love with the tyranny. They tell us where to walk, and they tell us it's simplicity. Convenience is our prison, it forms all our decisions. Going to school for 8 years to obtain our parents' vision. Seeing the emptiness and lost in the hearts of the masses. Seeing through rosy glasses is the trap that keeps them placid. Giving up on what is valid for the ease of what is vapid. Anything to find a purpose as long as the gain is rapid. Romanticize the chaos, fall in love with passivity. It's the main tool they use to strip the people of their dignity. They can never rebel and reoccupy their energy. Just over broken so the glass is half empty.
What is good? For some reason, my camera is tripping. You're trying to figure that out. Because of the virtual camera? I don't know what the deal is, but what is good, y'all? While I figure this out, I'll play the solid JJ.
Again, Pharaoh, did you really think something as trivial as life and death could prevent me from getting to you? Well, I finally arrived, and now, prepare to
Whoa, hey now. First off, hello? how are you?
Yeah, hi.
Secondly, how are you here right now? Was it old age? Because if so, you look fantastic.
Oh, I'm not dead. Using Kaiba Corp technology, I've transferred my consciousness into the Egyptian afterlife. Also, we can have our final duel to determine once and for all which of us truly is
I
king
don't have
of...
any cards.
What?
I said I don't have any cards. We're in ancient Egypt.
Fuck!
I'm sorry.
That is like the entire reason I'm here. I translated the mortal plane just to...
Whoops.
Do you realize how much this cost? How long it took for the technology to
Could have
exist?
gotten the same effect with a bullet to the head. An Egyptian bullet. We're in ancient Egypt.
Well, what do you have here?
We have Puyo Puyo and that one triangle game they have at Cracker Barrel. We don't know how to play it either.
Can't you just manifest them or something? Isn't this like heaven?
No. Did one too many mind crushes for that. We're a few tiers down. We got an ice cream machine once, but no electricity, so that sucked.
Huh.
Tell me, how's the world of the living doing these days? Does Yugi still have that ridiculous haircut? Oh, and did you guys remember to mummify me?
What? No, you didn't even leave a body.
Yep, that explains it. That was a pretty big deal. I mean, there is still Yugi.
No.
Come on, you could at least ask him.
No.
He's gotta, get the brains out from the nose with a... I'm making it sound worse than it is.
Normally I jump at the idea of hurting Yugi, but I've got to be honest, I'm very disappointed right now. I broke into the spirit world and all I get is what? Irrefutable evidence that there's life
I think
after
we
death?
already know
What
that.
a joke.
Hey, I might not have my cards, but you know what I do have? Giant slabs of stone. Come on, we've got all the classics. Faint outline of a dragon, another faint outline of a dragon, left arm of Exodia.
Well, the game's changed a lot since you left, Pharaoh. A lot of cards have effects now. A lot of effects.
Well, I can always order some new ones, but it might take some time to carve in the text. Because they're made of stone.
Still doesn't
We're in ancient Egypt.
How would you even move them around?
Oh, I've got a couple of guys.
A couple of guys?
A couple of guys.
You got a couple of guys moving stones around in ancient
Do
Egypt?
you think I own slaves?
Well, I didn't say that. I
Because
just...
I totally do.
Oh.
Look around. Did you actually think their ideal afterlife was working? Well, maybe Jerry. I think he enjoys it. I like Jerry.
That's kind of fucked.
Says the CEO of a major company. That's just slavery with extra steps.
Those steps are that
Wow.
I pay them and they're free to leave.
Point still stands.
No, it doesn't.
I'd love to continue our chat, Kaiba, but I see now that you're actively disintegrating.
Oh, I guess my time's running out.
What does that mean? Do you go back to the living world, or are you dying?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm kind of scared.
Well, if you are dying, can you do it somewhere else? It'll make a mess, and Jerry's on break.
But even if I did die, wouldn't I just end up back here anyways?
What, you? I said I was only a few tiers down, not where you're going. So if that's all,
Wait!
and it's not...
Before I go, I need to know! Was I ever good enough?
Kaiba. Not really, no.
Oh.
I think I heard Yugi beat you. Yugi runs Waterpon. Waterpon.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
Oh, by the way, you want to know something interesting? Do you remember Charlie Chaplin?
I guess.
Well, he's here too.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Charlie Chaplin, the silent movie star, died and went to the Egyptian afterlife. Can you believe that?
Wow, that is weird.
Right? Wait, here he is now. Hey, Charlie. That is not Charlie Chaplin.
Hey gang, hope you enjoyed the video. Big shout out to Little Karibo for providing the voice of Yami in this video. He's a friend of the channel. We love him. We love him so much. He's celebrating 20 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, so if you want to watch some of those old episodes on stream, check out his channel in the description below. And as always, this video is brought to you by GamerSupps, who's currently celebrating their Christmas in July sale. You can buy some stuff, get some free stuff. It's free stuff with stuff you buy. You know, that's a deal. That's a deal. Just make sure you use code SOLID for 10% off. Also, it helps the channel. I love you. Also, a secret shout out to my friend Golden. He helped me come up with the idea for this video. We're playing Rivals and just talking the shit. That's how a lot of these come to be. It's normally just me and some people talking the shit and then giggling and farting about something. So enjoy this
Not gonna
3-minute
figure this out.
giggle and fart session. Thank you, Golden.
You and me both, my dude. All right, so on to something funny.
Friday, I'm Jess Abrahamson. Every day this week at noon, we gave you updates on the Shiloh Hendricks trial that started Monday at the Olmsted County Courthouse. Late last night, a verdict was reached. Hendricks was recorded using racial slurs at a Rochester park in April of 2025. The jury came down with a mixed verdict, both convicting and acquitting her on disorderly conduct charges. As a result, Shiloh Hendricks was given a $1,000 fine, supervised probation, and 200 community service work hours. Our Olivia Pronzinski got some key reaction just moments after the verdict was read.
The verdict is in the trial of Shiloh Hendricks, who was accused of disorderly conduct for calling a black child a racial slur at a Rochester park in April
You hate to see
2025.
it.
The jury finding her not guilty of the disorderly conduct charge against the minor child, but did find her guilty of the disorderly conduct charge against the
I'll
adult
check it out.
cameraman. He was the one who took the video that went viral on social media. The defense expressing his displeasure with the result tonight.
This entire thing's a shakedown. They ought to be
A
ashamed of
shakedown.
themselves. The prosecutor should be ashamed of himself. The judge should be ashamed of herself. I had a battle here for 4 days on a stupid misdemeanor disorderly conduct. This is nuts.
NAACP President Wale Alegbade saying that tonight's outcome was mixed.
What I feel would have been more appropriate was not probation or paying a fine, would have been jail time to 60 days jail time, to send the message that if you hurt our
Lock
children
her
in our
up.
parks,
Lock
we're
her
going to
up.
hold you accountable, because every child deserves dignity and respect.
The defense has already said that he plans to appeal the court's decision. Reporting in Rochester, I'm Olivia Pronzinski, KTDC News.
All right, what you got for me, Mike? They had a scene like that in this new show. I think it's called Demons of the Shadow Realm or something like that. And pretty much people can't see demons. So when people are fighting using demons, like normal people just see them shadow boxing. So you just see this old man in a storage yard just swinging in air and things blowing up around him. It was freaking hilarious. All right, now you want to see something stupid? Freaking crazy. Competitive Tai Chi, baby. Does it actually count? I'm myopic. Let me know if you want to come on at any point. We can talk about the thing. I can even pull up the video. It's just competitive shove and shifting. They're not even like using any Tai Chi. Homie's getting wrecked. You're not even a serious competitor. Right? This is vegan slap fights. This is pathetic. Why even go for a round two? You say when. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, he's using Matrix moves. This is BS. You found the hop. So finally, ABBA and Preach caught on to Asmongold's BS.
He came out, there's been a lot of talk about it. And
Oh,
before it even came out, people were losing their minds.
Oh, Zephyr, you in here? Zephyr. Calling on Zephyr. Nowhere to be found. I would think so. Like, if you're able to have a center of gravity that allows you to do BS like that, it just seems like an unfair sport. Well, since Zephyr isn't here, I'm going to get all the spoilers out of the way.
About the film, but I thought it'd be fun today to look at some of the response, because if you're not aware, the Odyssey's destroying at the box office. It is surpassing what the Dark Knight
whenever
made in
you
the
want
movies.
to. Oh, there
I
he
think
is.
it's well over like 300 million.
So, how was the Odyssey? Bro, center of gravity was his ankles for sure. Well, you can be involved in Myopic's crash out if you, or I can start the other video. We can get back to this later. Yeah, I'll just do that. This is the actual centerpiece of the evening.
Why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old.
See, you complain that I don't have power, then you complain that the video is slow. I don't know why it is. It's always Twitch, rarely YouTube. But let's see what happens. Well, just let me know when you want to watch it. I'll switch over to that one if you hop into the Discord. Just let me know you're hopping in the Discord. Or if you want to eat your food first, by all means. We got time.
White kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
I
said
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh, about that. We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust. As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms.
Everything that AI is built on
You got
is
it.
ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get to, we can get there, okay?
The kind of first question that I had whenever I
Really?
caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, you know,
So much
why
going on
now?
today.
What made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, you know, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. You know, I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple.
Let's take a second to take a look. Oops.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure, you know, we're all like copacetic, you know, really set a good framework before this like spurgs off the rails in the first like 10 minutes or whatever.
He is debating the Coomer.
You know, everyone enjoy the peace and calm while you still can. Okay. But yeah, we'll do 5-minute openers, do a debate while playing chess. That would be a thing. Yeah, we're gonna do 5-minute openers, 5
Let's
minute
catch
cross.
the open and cross,
that
and then
works
we'll
with
go back to
Emmett.
the other thing.
Sounds good.
Unless
That's
y'all
what I
wanna
was
keep
discussing
watching
with Bidgie.
this.
I don't know if Emmett's even back, you know. Well, I wouldn't be playing the chess. They would be playing the chess. Okay, not I'm the moderator.
See if
You
I
know.
can fix this thing real quick.
Like I used to have debates while fucking playing Call of Duty on stream. So
You know,
Very
still
Destiny
can't get
build.
the sizing right.
I don't think I can deal with chess.
Destiny usually does
I don't know.
RTSs.
I mean, why
I'm
not
not really
take
a
a
fan of
look?
RTSs though.
I guess. Well, Factorio. I don't know. Does that count as a? I guess it's a kind of. I don't know what Factorio really is. Actually, I mean, I've played it, but I don't know what genre it's in.
I think Factorio's kind of an RTS.
It's like a single-player RTS kind of base building thing.
Hold
Not really
on.
sure.
See,
Well, a lot of RTS games
I
are
did something to this camera. And I have no
are
idea
single
what.
player. I mean, the whole like Civ genre, or the whole like Civ games.
Oh,
are,
that's
like,
true. Yeah.
What's
that's
up,
true.
a
Zeke?
single player.
Hello. Am I clear? Am I
This is
Loud and
Emmett.
clear.
I don't know what Emmett's. I don't know who Emmett's talking to.
What are we watching? Are we watching Vigi, Emmett,
He's
or
probably talking to his priest.
Fuentes,
It's in
Biden?
Mexico, man. She needs money. Give me a moment.
No. Shout out Emmett's
Factorio
mom. I've
looks
talked to
like
Emmett's
it's,
mom a number of
Let me
times on
see
the
if I
phone.
can get away with
It looks like it's a base building resource management game.
Well, I guess that checks out.
Screen.
Could see Brandon. Con moderating debate is like con being a referee for a street fight between John Jones and Mike Tyson in their prime. Yeah, probably.
I am watching it.
I will try to assert my,
Oh, it's lagging out.
Well, no.
my control, okay, where I can. But like I said, whenever
Vigi's
joined,
going
this will
up
probably
against
be a
Emmett.
debate where I might have to actually step in more because I've
But
moderated
this is
a few
taking too
debates.
long. So
Couple of
back
years, I'm like a
to
non-conventional critic, maybe,
Nick Fuentes
of what's happening.
and Hunter Biden.
And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically because we kind of share a
If you
publicist. I
can
heard that
stream
you
it in
wanted to
Discord.
kind of.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not
Be
happening.
like the
we
stream
have
is
a
moving like
publicist that
30
you hit
seconds.
up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would
from
give you
there.
kind of a fair
I
shot
dropped
to
the
like
bit
clear up
rate,
some
hoping it
things
would
and maybe
help.
some.
That didn't help.
Let me refresh. Oh, about 5 seconds or so.
Okay.
Misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that, I'm somebody who I think like
Thank you, Jenny.
actually, maybe we have this in common.
I woke up at 2:42 this morning, hearing my battery backup from my computer beeping as loud as possible. Walk out, realize my ceiling fan is off. There's no AC, no fans work. It's hot as balls. And I'm awake at 2:42 in the morning, got to wake up at 4. I was unhappy. Then they're like, oh, well, we'll have your internet back on at 4. Because they start sending text messages saying, there's an outage in your area, you're not tripping, and this is when we're going to get it fixed. 4:15, no power. I get a message, power back on at 7. Looks like I got to go to work. This is bullshit. Then, before I get ready to go to work, power back not back on till 10:30. I'm like, I quit. By the time I get to work, they're like, power back on at 5:30. I'm like, well, there goes the day. Guess I'm not streaming. And then Zephyr, being the ever pessimist, just told me to get my shit together and pull myself up by my bootstraps.
Hey, doing the rain dance to summon Zeus isn't really picking her up by the bootstraps.
Uh-huh. So, yeah, I'm very glad it's back on. Cut the power, just go to lunch. Bullshit. Like, we got stuff in our freezers. Like, we cannot afford groceries. What are you doing? Gonna ruin groceries just because you can't fix this real quick. And they would like flicker the power on. I guess they were trying to fix it, but the power would turn on for like half a second and then go right back off, destroying every little bit of hope that lies within you. Didn't appreciate it. Oh, I don't know if you saw earlier, Shiloh Hendricks was found guilty. She gets community service. Yes, Toby, for some reason, gotta have electricity. I could try from my phone, but then we get no videos and you just have to hear me talk about stuff. And I don't think you want that.
Are you happy with the outcome of the trial, though? Like, it was really hard for her to go to jail off of that, but
she didn't go to jail. She just got community service. If she doesn't do her
Yeah.
community service, then her ass goes to jail.
So you're basically saying that she got the maximum sentence, quote unquote, that was possible?
We're talking about Shiloh Hendricks, right?
Yeah.
The one that
Or do
called
you
the
think-
little kid an N-word and never went to jail
Yep.
and got a bunch of money from a GoFundMe.
Yep. Like, do you think, the question is, like, she wasn't going to, I don't think, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think she would have ever gone to jail off the bat of
No,
that.
why should she go to jail?
Right. But I'm saying, are you happy with the outcome, considering that, do you think she got the maximum punishment she could have possibly gotten in this case, or do you think
I think it
it's
could have
still
been
lacking?
higher, but like I just think on the fine, because of how much money she got off the GoFundMe, they should have fined her way harder. Because I think she only got like $1,000 fine. But probation and community service is fine. Like, as long as she does it. Then if she doesn't do it, her ass will go to jail. But it's for an entirely different reason than what she did. Like, why would I have a problem with that? Now, if she like physically assaulted the kid, that'd be a whole other deal. But I mean,
Yeah, physical assault would be prison time, I think, justifiably.
yeah, so I'm not gonna trip on that. Just the fact that she was found guilty is cool enough to me. All right, playing the thing.
Way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, mine's a little true. Maybe a little, no. But yeah, so I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So what do you think is the most misrepresented thing about you?
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. You know, when you mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It
So,
is
they're gonna play
Heil
some
Hitler
clip.
Friday.
Bruh.
Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis.
Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
I didn't even have
One
to
of those I'm
pause for
tired of
that.
pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology.
What?
So, I mean, look, I believe
He's already bullshit, Z.
Yeah, the non-Christian part of it. It's I found out recently that Hitler probably was an atheist, but he obviously, like very obviously, leaned into Christian ideology just so he could get mass support for the Nazi movement.
Exactly. It's a good way to rally the troops around a particular ideology. And if you can just throw that in there and make it seem like you're doing something worthwhile, it's going to work.
Right. The point being that people are so gullible when it comes to religion that they will believe an atheist pretending to be a religious person.
It's crazy. Let's see if Vigi has gotten rolling yet.
And usually they, you know, I don't really have to step in.
Why?
How
We
it
got
grounds
Vigi.
obligation, how it relates to the law, formation of a person. Not a checklist of identical outcomes. Two systems can produce different penalties, different centuries under different states, and still be the same kind of moral system. So I brought up the telos last time, and I'm going to go more into depth because I did more research on that. So Orthodox Christianity has an unusual explicit answer, theosis. Defecation. 2 Peter says believers
Did he say
become
defecation?
partakers of the divine natural order.
I heard defecation.
And the theists, I think, put in formula the church has repeated for
Wait, did he
16
mean
centuries.
deification?
God became man.
I think he did,
that
but he
man
said
might become God.
defecation.
Gregory Palamas supplied the machinery that keeps it from collapsing into blasphemy. God's
Jimmy heard it
essence
too.
remains unknowable, but his energies are quite participatable.
Oh, the stream lags. What is going on?
Is that Discord?
No, it shouldn't be Discord.
Theosis might become God, but his energies are
I think it's
quite
stream lag or something.
participatable.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
This
it's
is not
so
one
far
school's
behind now.
opinion. The councils of Constantinople dogmatized it in the 14th century. Now the Islamic version. The Quran says, he succeeds who purifies his soul. It says the most noble among you is the most God-conscious. And Allah al-Jazali, the most influential figure in both Islam legal and spiritual theory, built doctrine on exactly that, called I'm not even going to pronounce this,
I don't like this
Taka Alu-
opening one bit. This is
yeah,
not
forgot
very
to look up the
promising.
pronunciation for that. Cultivating virtue by taking on the meaning of God's own name. Same move in the points is same move. In both the points not to compile a clean record, but to become
Yes,
a certain
Al-Ghazali.
kind of being by taking God's character. In both, the creature gap is fiercely protected. Essence and energies on one side. There is nothing like unto him
That
on
much
the other.
laxy?
I'll concede that the
About there,
difference now
between
rather
6 and
Is
7.
it how far behind the stream is, or is it just lagging in general?
That's how far behind the stream is.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's nothing I can do about Twitch doing that, because they love doing that. But back to it.
I'll concede the difference now rather than let it be discovered. Orthodoxy says in participation in God's life. Mainstream Sunni theology says perfected servanthood, relation to God. The structure converges and metaphysics does not. I'm not complaining. I am claiming the structure. First, and then where the structures converge. First, neither tradition is a rule book. If your goal is transforming a particular people into varying circumstances, a fixed code cannot do the work. So both built a living interpretive apparatus. Usul al-Fiqh on one side and the paristic consensus and diakrisis on the other side. Both authentic in the same way too. Unbroken chains of name transmitters.
Exactly, Grand Designs. But for some reason, there's so many ortho bros running around now. And I really dislike that Vigi took this debate with the caveat that it be particularly about Orthodox Christianity versus Christianity in general, because it pretty much hamstrings the debate. Because, like, why do they get the we are the true religion treatment in this, and we're not going to deal with any other things going on in the religion itself? Like, you're still Christian, you still have to answer for Christianity, whereas Vigi's meant to defend or at least utilize Sharia. But why can't it be all of Islam? Like, they pigeonhole the debate.
Inside,
just for testing, like, are we pivoting to watching the debate, or
No, I just want to hear the openings, and then I'm going to go back to Hunter Biden. But I wanted to see, how well Vigi's doing to begin with.
And
we can watch the Odyssey
apostolic
thing
words.
after this one, and then
Words.
drop
Too
out,
many
and then
big
you
words
can
in this.
Okay, I'll go straight
Apostolic
to the
succession
Odyssey thing.
are the same device. Second, neither will separate law from spiritual life. Sharia means path. Orthodox canon law treats observance as inseparable from the healing of the soul. Most Western frameworks bracket law from personal virtue. Both of mine refuse to. Third, this weight is the heaviest. These traditions are not strangers who happen to resemble each other. Historians traced provisions of Theodosian and Judistic codes
Yeah, but they
into
like that,
Islamic
Grand
law,
Designs.
governing religious minorities, virtually unchanging in the 9th century
Okay,
Muslim.
I'm going to be honest. This is painful, and I can't do it to myself. So, real quick, we get to this, and then after that, myopic, and then Hunter Biden. Cool. Jeffrey?
Okay, what is the topic? Woke derangement syndrome.
Yes, Asmongold and his predictions about how well the Odyssey was going to do, and the reason why he felt it was going to do the way it did. Exactly,
So
Justin.
Asmongold is is like low hanging fruit. Like, Asmongold tries to offer some type of commentary. He's shit at every single commentary he tries to provide because he's just low IQ.
Did you watch
There
the
are
movie yet?
people. Oh yeah.
Okay. So that's why I wanted
there
your opinion on this.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll give my opinion about the movie or about the whole saga.
Well, this, and then you
around
can
the
give your
movie.
opinion on the movie, but because there are some accusations made in the process of this, and like, you're an informed individual on this, so I will defer
right.
to you.
billion in 2 weeks, and
Yeah,
I think
so Asmongold
close to
is
like 600.
pretty low IQ, so he has like mid opinions about everything. If you really want to challenge yourself, you can watch someone who has based their online persona sort of reacting to movies, video games, pop culture, etc., etc.
Well, this
Like
isn't
Asmongold
about
reacts to
like,
everything, which means he reacts to nothing.
but this isn't about actual critiques. This is about perception. And the perception of the movie is that, well, you just got to watch the thing.
So it's already past its budget. It's doing fantastic, and it's looking like it's gonna hit some major marks. Okay, which for a movie with the themes that are involved, not always what you would expect, but that's the success level. Prior to the movie coming out, a lot of folks had so much to say. It was basically a giant culture war point where people were basically like, "Oh, it's gonna be a flop. It's got a trend."
So you see that it's going to be a flop.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this bot bullshit going around. First of all, Christopher Nolan is one of the single most reliable directors in Hollywood when it comes to return on investment.
Yeah.
Every single movie of his since Batman Begins, I think Batman Begins and Dunkirk are the only two movies in the past 20 years of his that haven't crossed $1 billion. But let me fact check that.
Yeah, saying the Odyssey is going to lose money and you fucking deserve it. You created your very first failure flop of a film. Like, come on.
Anyone who doubts Nolan, like, they have no clue about how this shit works.
Yeah, but you can't, race swap an important character and have a trans man playing Achilles or anything like that. That's just going to ruin your movie, right? Go woke, go broke.
Okay, just a fact check on the last one. I was wrong by quite a margin. I thought a lot of his movies crossed $1 billion, but they definitely are a very good return on investment, but only two of them technically crossed $1 billion. So I stand corrected on that.
I mean, still, it's a good track record as directors go.
Amazing track record, dude. Amazing. Like, no other director, not a single director has this type of pull.
I think it was the one about Dunkirk, yes. I could be wrong though, so you can double check it. So I've said this before, it's not about race swapping or anything like that. If people are good actors, if the story behind it is good and the production quality is good, it doesn't matter. I did hear about the EDP documentary. I don't have access to it, but if I do get access to it, I will definitely watch it.
You watch the EDP thing, bro?
It sounds hilarious.
Pause.
Homie is getting cooked, I'm sure. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was about to say, like, I'm trying to think of any director or basically any name today that is like a guaranteed hit. Not even Tom Cruise or Dwayne The Rock Johnson have that type of pull.
Well,
that
it's not
Nolan
really
has.
about actors. Like, directors tend to do more than just an actor. Like M. Night Shyamalan pulls in reasonable amounts of money, which has been falling off, but he tends to have a good track record. Like going back to
Shyamalan fell off in 2006.
Well,
It's
I'm
not
saying
falling
for
off.
each movie that he did, like I think the last one was
Last one was Split 3, right? Like, what the fuck was it called?
Yeah, I forget what it was called, but it was Split did really
Unbreakable,
well.
too?
No, Unbreakable was the first
Whatever.
one. Then it was Split,
Yeah.
and then Glass.
Glass.
Yeah, Glass was the last one. I think it did pretty
Very
well.
non-memorable movie.
It was not a great end of the trilogy. I think Split was probably the best of the three, but Unbreakable was really good. But he tends to get a good box office. Like I think his ROI has probably been solid.
Yeah, so obviously there's two terms, right? One is ROI and one is return on box office, which there's a slight difference. ROI is basically it is relative to the budget of the movie, and then box office return is just like more objective regardless of how much you spend on the movie. So yeah, Shyamalan's I think he made a movie after that as well, which was a really small budget movie. Like you watch it, it probably made for like $200 or some shit. So it definitely had a return on investment. But Shyamalan is one of those people who does a lot with like limited budget. In fact, if you give him a lot more money, that's when he struggles.
I mean, he doesn't really have a lot to what he does, but Six Sense cost 40 million, made 672, signed 72 million, made 408. The Visit cost 5 million, made 98.5 million. So like I'm gonna say he does pretty well. Class
Yeah,
20
because
million, 247. So
yeah,
you gave him
yeah,
a bigger
because
budget,
he
he did
generally
worse.
works with low budget. Yeah, when you give him more budget, that's when he does worse. So if you're making movies that cost 40 to 50 million, there's a really high chance with a name like Shyamalan, who is generally famous, that you will cross that. Anyways, that was a side tangent. Basic point being that Christopher Nolan is one of the most attractive names to audiences, to mass audiences. Like Nolan is up there with fucking Spider-Man, dude, in terms of name recognition
Well, I mean, he
nowadays
has the
when it comes to
Batman shit.
movies.
So, but yeah, definitely. I want to say Batman put him on the map to a degree that no one's going to forget about Christopher Nolan.
Broad appeal, yes. Broad appeal wise, for sure.
Yeah. But then everything else he's done has been pretty damn good. So. Thank you, Moon. I just saw something pop up in the React content, so I may have to snatch that up. But to this.
Trans woman and or trans man, and Elliot Page. It's got a black woman as Helen Troy. A lot of people are saying a lot. You guys can see here on the screen. 9 days ago, the Odyssey just broke the internet. Everyone's lying about this movie.
Okay, pause.
You know, Asmongold.
Just
and this is
on
free
that
advertisement.
Yeah. Just on the last tweet, I know the stream is lagging a little bit, so I'm behind. It said, so Elliot Page did not play Achilles.
That's
Having
what they
seen
were
the
saying.
movie, yeah, I don't know how much of a spoiler I want to give, but Achilles is not in the movie. So it's complete bullshit. And first of all, even if Achilles was played by Elliot Page, right, depending on how they portray Achilles, it might still not turn out to be great.
Honestly, yeah, I think as long as it's well directed with good actors, you're going to be okay.
You can literally have Elliot Page's face covered and like you wouldn't even know. Because at the end of the day, then your acting changes, right? You have to act more physically. And I don't know, I haven't seen Elliot Page act physically like that. Not saying that he couldn't, but
Yeah, I think the last thing I watched him in was Umbrella Academy, which isn't too physical. But there's a dude I used to play games with, and when the Fallout TV series came out, they were flipping out because there was a trans man in the show, and I'm like, I don't remember a trans man in the show. And then after rewatching the first season again, I was like, oh, this person showed up for like all of 5 minutes throughout the entire fucking first season. And he lost his shit.
it's bullshit, dude.
I'm like, the show was great. I don't see why a trans person bothers you so much, but like, good God.
Trans people, I feel like, would be getting way more roles if not for this culture outrage, because they seem to get like 5 minutes here and there, and they get so much free marketing off of that because all these R words keep making content, keep content farming them. So it's like, oh, basically free publicity. Just use an old story that people have some kind of set memory in their head, and just cast a trans person one of the roles.
And I mean, as Myopic points out, Grease was pretty gay. Like, I don't see what the issue is. They were perfectly fine with it. They were proud of it. They wore it on their sleeve, and it's historically understood. I love when they say, what if a white person played a black person? Is like, dude, that did happen. Tropic Thunder was a hit. Feel you. Or like just even white people taking up roles that are black people in other stories. Perfectly fine. It's not going to hurt anything. Like, doesn't have to be blackface. It's not like they bleached Lupita Nyong'o's skin for this one.
Here's what bothers me, like on a different level, right? Obviously, like people say, oh, if it's a fantasy character, what does it matter? The rule is not if it's a fantasy character. The rule is the race important to the character? That's the rule, right? Like you can't have Black Panther being played by a white person because the melanin is part of the character. Like it is very front and center that he is from Africa. that he like has obviously like civil rights themes in the comics and all that shit. So yes, the race is an important part of Black Panther's character. You can probably make. Now I'm gonna say something, and then people are gonna get offended at that. Like, you can't make Magneto black. No, you cannot make Magneto black, but you can make Professor X black. Right? Magneto has to be Jewish, as we know of him in the comics, unless he has like a different origin story. What? That's the. That is an important part of his character development. That's an important part of his growth. So you have to get that character out
He
somewhere.
could be an Ethiopian Jew and get Holocausted.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
saying.
he could be. I'm just saying there has to be a background that gives the same emotional weight
No,
as
Jack, not BHL.
the events
No.
of Germany in 1940s.
Professor X
Right?
wasn't
Like,
in the camp.
as long as you can. Yeah, as long as you can give him the same the same emotional weight of his character, then sure, go for it. But at the end of the day, that emotional weight is important, right?
No,
Which,
no, I
if you're
feel you.
using the Holocaust, yes, he is gonna be Jewish.
But I believe Xavier's first son is half Jewish because the woman he slept with was Jewish. So close enough. But no, I feel you on that. And that's why this is hilarious. And it's kind of like how quickly this ramped up because you can see it and all the receipts are there.
Dude, they're mad at Helen of Troy being black. There's a fucking Indian dude who's the second in command of Odysseus the whole movie. Which is fair. Like, I don't want shit on Indians to be shat on, but it's like he's way more in the movie.
Yeah, Nazis weren't very discriminate. I feel you on that. I'll play the thing.
Had a lot of negative videos to make about the film before it aired for months. Hollywood never learns. Hollywood is panicking. This is, again, before anyone's ever seen it. The Odyssey's fucked. The whole internet rejected it. They got the AI thumbnails and all that good stuff.
If the movie had released in its original state, then I think that it would have not been successful. Nolan names might save it. They'll never stop and blame us and keep going on to the next one. Well,
Pause.
eventually companies are going to stop.
Wait, did you pause?
Yeah, I paused.
Oh shit! It's lagging so hard. It's like I can't tell. Fuck. That thumbnail of Lupita Nyong'o like making that face. That's not AI. That's actually in the movie.
Okay, fair enough. It looked like AI. I'm not gonna front.
They probably like enhanced some aspects of it with AI, but that's actually in the movie.
They just found a magical still shot that looked like AI, and it could have been polished up with AI. For all I know, it could still be in the movie. But it doesn't really matter.
It is in the movie. I'm telling you, I've seen the movie.
Fair enough.
Paying for it. I think that if the Odyssey fails, it will be such a bad, like, kind of a blow to like that whole ideology that we might see a lot of it just totally go away. 265,000 dislikes. Insane timeline.
It's exactly what we're doing.
Grizzled white dudes
for a
and
minute.
beautiful women is too woke to watch. Paul is intentionally misunderstanding, as always, right? Everybody knows why they cast.
Wait,
a
did you
black
see the
woman
number
as
of likes in
Helen
there?
Troy. Everybody knows.
He's saying it's artificial.
265,000 dislikes compared to 51 million likes or some shit.
Yeah, like a lot of the reviews and the opinions were before the movie even came out or was seen by these individuals. And yeah, the cockroach thing with Asmund, I think, was the funniest thing in that reveal when his girlfriend was on there. I'm surprised he didn't shoo her off camera immediately when she found half a cockroach. And then he came up with a term, and I'm hoping this didn't exist before him, of cockroach snipping. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Homie has enough money to pay for an exterminator. There's no reason for him to be hunting down cockroaches and cutting them in half to further his kung fu.
No, there's like, yeah, I think it's like one of those serial killer or psychopath type things. Like, there's part of his brains that just don't function when it comes to hygiene and that type of shit.
Half of the roach was in his fridge, and he said it had been there for over a year.
I genuinely think it's like a mental illness type thing. Like, it's just no. And any reasonable human being wouldn't do it. Which, there's a lot wrong with Asmongold, but that is genuinely a mental issue. Like, I'm not even saying like low IQ, or like he's genuinely mentally lacking in that aspect.
I mean, in a lot of aspects, he's freaking disgusting, though. Like, as a human being, he is thoroughly disgusting. If it was German, he probably wasn't catching it, but I don't want to know what kind of roaches he harbors within that room of his. Both. I don't want to know. All right, play the thing.
Knows why you have Elliot Page that's being cast in this movie as like a Greek warrior or something like that. This is just simply not something people are interested in because they realize that it's being done for a political reason.
He said it's not what people are interested in because it's being done for a political reason. Are we being serious? Most stories that came out around this time had political inspiration behind them. And a lot of this was like, not to spoil the story, I know it's been around for a while, but to treat people well because you never know where you may end up. Like, it seems pretty apropos of now. What do you think, Suffer?
It I don't know. I don't get this fascination about first of all, Lord of the Rings and Greek and Roman history. I'm guessing it's like the We Was Kangs, but for white people.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
So
I
if you
wouldn't
want
do
to
it.
if you want to attract like chuds and incels to your community, you'd start making Lord of the Rings and Roman and Greek culture content. Those are like the two sort of like honey for bee or honey for flies or whatever the fuck, right? That's how you attract incels and grow your community. For Asmongold, I think his community was already full of incels and chuds.
I mean, he
And
fosters it for sure.
no, like from his World of WoW days, like if you World of Warcraft days, right? Like if you play WoW for for a decade plus, yeah, the only people left in your community are going to be chuds and incels.
I mean, that's exactly what he caters to, is Twitter slop and then whatever hateful comment he can make about it. And I don't know if he thinks about it that way, but he falls into all the same tropes and all the same talking points that revolve around these issues. So what do you expect?
You would be surprised how many people against this sort of woke culture and all that, how many of them have the exact same talking points. Like I'm pretty sure you might know Nerdrotic, right? Like if you're into comic books.
I've heard about him. I've never watched any of his stuff,
Like,
but that was
like
like part of a
him.
big controversy that went on because what's his name? Comics Explain, like, was found to be following Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, and he caught a
Oh
bunch of
god.
heat for it from Blurred Without Fear, basically saying he like cozies up to whiteness and like listens to hateful people. So like that's the only reason why I know about Nerdrotic in general. So I'm guessing he does the Asmongold thing.
Oh yeah, and it's not that he does the Asmongold thing. It's does the exact same thing. Like they have the same talking points. They have the same screenshots.
Yeah,
They
no
have the
shot.
same exact opinion, and it's not just the two of them. It's the entire fucking industry of these R words, these chuds.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I expect. So, but it's just really nice in this moment to see that he was so very, very wrong with all the elements that he complains about being in place. If that makes sense.
They have been wrong like dozens of time by now, but they have to keep up with the grift because that's the thing. That's the content their audiences want to watch. Um, I was on the server of this guy named Mauler. I don't know if anyone in your chat knows it. Like he makes fucking 9-hour video reviews, right? And initially started out with the new Star Wars trilogy, which I agree, like maybe I enjoyed some aspects of it in the moment, but looking back, yeah, it's been dog
What
shit
up,
from the
Beach?
start. He has been audience captured just because he like attracts right-wing shirts, and there are people in his community who've been there for the longest time who are annoyed at him for only catering to the chuds and not reviewing movies fairly anymore.
I mean, maybe his opinions changed. Maybe he has a different view on things. Maybe something he really likes got destroyed and he's blaming it on something it has nothing to do with. But I couldn't begin to say. Or it's just really good money. He could just be grifting. I don't know. I know the money's
Yeah, he's
really
definitely
good.
grifting. Like, it's very plain to see if you watch his content. So
Yeah, it's really easy to dissect everything and blame it on any minority you can find and trash whatever it is. Like, bad writing's bad writing. Yeah, they're talking about the Odyssey, but it was more so Asmongold's reaction to the Odyssey. So, play the thing. Statler and Waldorf be taking bath salts now, I see.
Believe it or not, outside of a lot of these echo chambers and these places online, a lot of people live in life and don't think about gender and transness and blackness and whiteness when they go to every piece of media when they're watching it. I know that's surprising because for some people it's very dear and close to them, and you know they fight. Some people, most people don't care. Vast majority of like the normies who I've talked to, who've talked to me about the film, have not mentioned any of these points. So I just thought worth mentioning.
Yeah, because I think they don't care.
They don't care.
If you go outside and touch grass,
yes,
people don't care.
Going back to the poem and looking at, okay, what fuels all this? What's sort of there behind it? The golden rule of the idea that, you know, treat others as you would be treated, the glue that binds society together. The more I thought about it, the more that became important. And society can only function with respect for strangers. It's a point of connection with this text of 3,000 years ago.
It's crazy that you can say that about the Odyssey when everything in the Odyssey is the exact opposite of that. They're literally sailing across the fucking ocean to steal a bitch back. They raid a city, kill everybody in the fucking city, and then they go back home, and then obviously
Wait,
Odysseus is an asshole.
Jesus Christ, does Asmongold think that the Trojan War is the Odyssey?
Do you think bro reads?
Bro, and he's saying that so confidently. Like the Trojan War is the lead up to the Odyssey, and the Odyssey is about the ramifications. Like Christopher Nolan, he may not be 100% correct. Like that's not the whole of Odyssey, but that is an important part of the Odyssey.
Of course, Asmund doesn't know what actually happened in the Odyssey. He's just going off the rage and just assuming it's some Greek war story. It goes
No, but
well
Levy,
beyond
you don't understand. He knows. He has read 3 fan pages of the Lord of the Rings wiki. Therefore, his opinion matters.
What? Are you fucking with me?
No, that is what the rule is. You go in, you tell on a random podcast, oh, do you know that Gandalf and Balrog, they have like the same power level? And you become famous overnight. That's literally how this stick works. And for some reason, if you know Lord of the Rings, these chuds, these incels, they assume that you know about Greek and Roman mythology.
Yeah.
Do you think anyone in his chat disagrees with him?
No, of course not. But they're already like, that's their guy. Anything he says confidently, they buy. And confident ignorance is his brand.
Confidence, ignorance, and okay, here's one little thing that I will give them credit for, but you have to be like pretty well read to find out the themes in the Odyssey, right? Essentially, Iliad and the Odyssey, because they're so big, they're so old, like people in those days, they included a lot of themes in their poems and whatnot, right? So you can pretty much pick out anything you want to believe in. If you read it from a particular lens, you're gonna find things and themes that you can relate with in those stories. So that's why you have to be like pretty objective and pretty well read and know these nuances of the writers to understand, okay, what is the actual theme.
Yeah, but
that I can promise you that whatever Asmongold will get out of it, that will not be the primary theme of the movie. The primary theme of the books is exactly what Nolan said,
Yeah,
or
if you
at
ever
least
read
one
it.
of the first 3 or 4 primary themes.
Fair. I don't see Asmund having any understanding of context in anything probably outside of Lord of the Rings or World of Warcraft. Like, I've not seen a single thing he's knowledgeable on.
Bro, my crash out counter is at 169. What the fuck?
Hey, you do great work.
So Poseidon's
someone needs
like,
to
well, you're
reset
not going
that
to go
shit.
back home because you're a fucking
I don't know
asshole.
about that.
They sail away.
I think we need to
and
just
then
let it ride.
You've got the hose trying to fucking get you to crash your ship.
By hose, he's referring to the
He's
sirens.
talking about
I just wanted
sirens.
to, give y'all the hood translation.
Like, how did he get that out of the siren? Never mind. Just gonna play it.
One hoe that's there that keeps trying
Straight
to
from the trailer park.
brainwash Odysseus, doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and then he gets back to his own house. There's a bunch of fucking foreigners there.
I was thinking like, then he got.
There it is. That's the thing he doesn't like. There's a bunch of foreigners there now.
No, they're suitors. They're not even foreigners. They're not once mentioned as foreigners.
Yeah, but that's not what he saw.
It's so such backwards logic. The suitors, they come from all parts of Greece, maybe Turkey. Like, again, I don't remember if it's defined or not, but essentially it's just that general area. A lot of suitors come in because they want the throne of Ithaca.
Yeah, that's more accurate to the story. They weren't from that particular kingdom. But Asmund, of course, in his mindset, just sees, oh, these people must be invaders. They're browner than everybody else that's in the city. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know exactly like what depiction he's talking about, but I'm pretty sure they were just browner than the rest of the people there. How far off am I?
The word, like, from the book or the movie?
From the movie.
A movie, they're all white. I think no, there's a few black people. There's kind of mixed population in there, but it's pretty proportionate to the cast of the movie.
If there was 3, there was 12, Zephyr.
What, like black people?
Yeah, if there was 3 black people, there was 12. I'm just gonna let you know.
Okay.
Invaders. Probably illegal.
Back to his own house, and he found out his wife Penelope was running the OnlyFans and was in the middle of a gangbang with all the suitors. And he said, "Yo, bun that." Then he killed her on some red pill shit.
Hospitality is like the last value in the Odyssey.
Okay, so I can't tell you guys how wrong that is. Even if you go read the original works, hospitality is incredibly important throughout the Odyssey. They mention it. Basically, the whole idea is you don't know if it's a god in disguise, so you're better off just being kind to folks. And it's also a matter of survival. Like I said last time, you live on a bunch of islands. There's no refrigerators. There's no Amazon. There's no fast food joints. Okay, you guys put yourselves in the actual place where you're at sea for dozens of days, and you need to be able to survive. You have to stop by places, and people are basically hospitable. They offer you what you need to make sure you're able to go on your voyage.
Right.
That was a matter of survival. But that was also in the original retelling. So when I hear this guy yap, and he's got all this energy for this film, and it's like, it's so clear he's not familiar with the material, that's what I know. It's like very much just identity politics at the forefront of this. People are told they have to hate certain aspects, and so they'll justify it, and they'll claim that they care deeply. They care, but you don't know the original story. You don't ever really care. This is just a political point.
That's what bothers you? That he has so much energy for to criticize this movie, but not to clean his fucking toilet?
I was gonna go pee.
Yeah?
What happened to your toilet?
What?
There's like the biggest dookie stain.
Bro.
It's not?
Dookie stains?
Damn.
Yeah, I think that's worse. I'd rather someone doesn't clean their toilet than do this shit. Go read the original. is 100% one of the central themes. His version of how he tells the story is very fascinating, actually, because I think yes, it is.
Like at a certain point, you have to stop coping. Okay, well, let me read some of the comments. The face that emptied 1,000 seats.
All right, well, listen, like I said, selling out multiple weekends, doing great. It's the highest grossing film, or at least one of them this year.
The Birdman is saying the Odyssey trailer dislikes are botted or fake.
You guys know I've been saying for forever that these are not showing you the actual fact.
It's a projection, yeah. Like, oh, it's not being disliked 5-1. It's being disliked 3-1.
Maybe he is coping. Maybe the dislikes are not 5-1. Maybe they're 3-1. Sure. What does it matter? You know, we've come to the point where we think genuinely if a trailer comes out and it's got massive dislikes, it means the movie's going to flop. And the reason why I wanted to even talk about this is like, I mentioned it last time. I do feel like some of the marketing on this may be intentionally purposeful. You know, maybe all the hate trains that people.
I don't know why trailer likes and dislikes is a currency for how the movie's going to do.
Because they already had an opinion. Some people, like, it shows interest, if anything, but these people are taking it as just an actual critique of what is going on when the movie's not even out yet.
The thing is, like, dislikes in particular are never going to tell you anything. With dislikes in its own sort of, like, if I just give you a stat that, oh, the Odyssey trailer had 50,000 dislikes, that doesn't mean anything. Either you look at the ratio of likes to dislikes, that can't help you, and the actual number of likes is the strongest indicator of what your sales are going to be.
Right.
So you can have 1 million dislikes, but if you have 500, and you can have 500,000 likes, okay, you can say the like to dislike ratio is more towards dislikes, but those 500,000 people who liked your video, they're probably most of them are going to buy your game or watch your movie. So that is the barometer of, or the expectation of how much you're going to earn off of that. That 1 million dislike, all they can do is maybe change the opinion of the people who like gave a like to that shit. Or you can at least, from the ratio, you can tell, oh, well, these were the people that were interested in the game, so they watched the trailer. But turns out that most of them did not like the trailer. Therefore, we lost that audience. But dislikes in and of themselves can't tell you anything.
There you go. And ultimately, like, the people that are disliking it, unless you run a survey, you're not going to know why they disliked it. Again, all they've seen is a trailer. So you just may not be vibing with the subject matter. That's probably a small portion of the dislikes. Everyone else is probably just doing it to be doing it. And most of the people I know, like, that I've actually spoken to, were really hyped for this. And I'm, like, even today, getting asked if I've seen the movie or if I'm going to see the movie by random people that really liked it and are going to see it again. So yeah, I'm going to say what Asman is basing this on is just goofy.
Dude, there's so many bot comments on the trailer. Holy shit. And Asmongold was pointing them as some kind of like metric on how the movie's gonna do.
Yep.
Like you can tell the top comment is a bot because you can literally scroll down and see that he's commented 3 more times and all 3 of his comments have got more than like 8,000 likes.
See how it goes. 12 in Ithaca, 108 in total. Sure what website said the majority were from Ithaca, but does not seem to line up to the Homeric. And I don't know. I don't recall how many suitors there were. That I didn't pay that much attention. Was not my primary interest in the book, but it did happen.
Launch don't actually have a negative but a positive effect, because I know I heard about the film because of the hate train that came along with, you know, the Asmongold types and everyone hating on the film. Maybe. I think y'all might all be being manipulated into advertising the movie indirectly.
I think yeah. What I know about marketing, there's rarely a case of oops, we didn't do it on purpose. That's not what marketing is.
There's a lot of intention.
There's a lot of intention. They know what they're doing. Even the outrage. Outrage, you talk about it. People are gonna get curious. Why are you so pissed off about it? Yeah. So I think, yes, they are being psyoped into talking shit about it, and it's working wonderfully for that movie. that movie is making bank. It's making money.
100%.
That's it.
Let's say if I grant you there's very little to no bots, which I don't believe, because I think we've all seen. Remember with the whole Twitter update, and then they started showing the locations of a lot of popular hateful accounts.
Yes.
And then we found out it's like in India, they were pretending to be like these white women in like south of the states. Yeah. There's definitely bot farms and things involved in.
Is that fair?
Bro, pause.
Is this true?
Sorry, I was looking at something else. Odyssey hasn't even released in China, Japan, and South Korea yet.
Yeah, but I'm hearing all the hateful comments are coming from India.
Oh, yeah, the bot farms stuff. Like, honestly, the single biggest thing, I'm starting to lean towards, like, if India doesn't solve its bots and scammers problem, like, it's getting what's coming to it. I can't defend that shit.
What does that mean?
You have
What
bot
does that
farms, like,
mean?
you have bot farms, like a lot of Russian bot farms, but like, let's be honest, a lot of the bots are coming from India, right? It's like Russia pays people in India to spam comments and shit like that and create culture war issues. It's like, okay, well, if that's the case, then, and if India itself is not trying to solve the problem, like, okay, well, what happens then happens. Just
Bruh.
If other countries start being a little bit heavy-handed towards India about that, then it's gonna happen.
You got to speak to your people. And you got to
I've tried.
show it out to make sure your visa stays good. All right, back to the thing.
But let's say it's all real. What does it matter? If it doesn't translate to how the overall movie sells, if the movie is going to be critically acclaimed and also loved by a grand majority of the audience, what does it really matter? I think it's fine to look at this and say what is accurate. The movie's controversial to some degree. That some of the casting choices, not everyone's on board. I think that's generally true. But does that mean that's going to translate to a flop? Clearly not. And I think it's okay to look at that and be honest about that.
Look how many people hate it. Look how many people like it.
True.
If it's 1/3 of the people dislike it and 2/3 of the people like it, but the 2/3 of the people liking it equals to billions of people, who gives a fuck? They sold to 1 billion people. No. They sold to 3 billion people.
Yeah.
1/3 of that didn't like it. You think you think they're gonna view this as a flop? A flop, according to me, is when you spend so much into into doing something, into making something, and you're not able to recuperate your money.
On the 2 billion and 3 billion thing, like, obviously it would not be considered a flop if 2 billion people go and watch a movie at like between $2 to $20 each, depending upon the market, right? However, it does, in a way, sort of, I don't know what type of failure it would be. It would context dependent that you could have had 3 billion people watch the movie, right? But then that's also a case of when you try and keep everyone happy, then no one is happy. So you have to pick and choose. Obviously, you're gonna pick the 2/3 over the 1/3, but there is a calculation there to be made into, well, there were 3 billion people interested. If we're being good faith, right? Like, obviously, at least in this case, the hate just wasn't good faith. But if there's good faith criticism, then you have to question, like, well, there were 3 billion people interested in my product. Why did only 2 billion people buy it? And why do 1/3 of the interested people I'm trying to sell to actually hate it?
I mean,
but then it has to come from like a place of good faith.
Ultimately, it's doing better than the hate by almost twice as much. So what are you going to do? Whatever the mission was, it got more eyes on something that I wasn't even paying attention to. And now it's a culture war issue. And a losing one at that. I love to see it. No, I didn't see the Michael movie. I don't see very many movies though, so that's kind of on me. I usually wait till they come to streaming or somebody One Pieces it out for me.
What I will say about Michael is that, sure, obviously it's earned $1 billion, and I don't know how much it's going to go on to earn, but it is not a very well-made movie. It's a very sort of, basic plot, very people pleasing type movie. Which, to be fair, people don't want to watch the sappy parts of Michael Jackson's life. People want to watch the fun bits.
I don't want to know what the fun bits are. I'm going to end this
So I get that,
conversation
but
here.
yeah,
Nope.
I
We're
like
stopping
to-
right now. Nope.
The music videos, and talking to the Bloods and the Crips and all those and that type of shit. That's the fun part. Hey, you don't want to hear me talk about Michael Jackson, okay?
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about Michael
think that guy was
Jackson.
dirty. Yeah.
I'm playing the
You watch
thing.
it. You watch what Chivai or whatever, however you say his name. You watch him. I'm pretty much aligned with what he says.
I mean, he says he doesn't know. He's just going by the history of what happened. Ultimately, he doesn't really get into it.
Yeah, I arrived at the same conclusions, like looking at the history as well. As much, not saying I looked super deep into it, but as much as I saw it, as much as I was able to find out, I came to pretty much the same conclusions as him.
Yeah, I'm just not going to say.
So I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm saying, Jack. see, I tried to stop this before we got here.
Hey, I'm not afraid to defend Michael Jackson. Okay,
I would be terrified.
Except I don't want to do it on your stream and derail it. Except I don't want to do it on your stream and
You
derail
can do it
That's the
later
only
if you want to, but I got some strong
Sure.
words.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, bro. Unless you have like proof, I'll concede. I'm not
there is
decided
proof.
enough. You know what? We are derailing. We are
There's some
derailing.
proof.
Right.
I tried, Jack. I tried.
If you sell to 3 billion people something, and 1 billion didn't like it.
Fuck, where was I? Shit, now you
I'm
made me
looking
forget.
back in my pockets and my bank account.
We'll get to
Ain't nothing
this.
flopping.
And they're going to move the goalposts. First, it's going to be a flop. Now it's not as successful as this, not as successful as that. It's like, guys, it's okay. You guys thought this whole idea that because your community or a grand majority of the people and your part of the web hated it, it was going to flop. And now that's not the case. You have to make a new goalpost. People disliking the movie is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The question is like all these trains that unfold and the people were declaring it a failure before they've even watched it. People were declaring it a failure 6 months ago before a trailer ever came out when they saw the casting list. Like, everyone's very reactionary with a lot of this stuff. I appreciate the fact that people actually went to watch it and then made their reviews or made their opinions. But for the people who didn't, it's okay too. You don't have to pay money to watch a Nolan film or watch this film specifically.
Look at me. I'm the Helen now.
That's a good one.
Yeah. They got all the jokes. I enjoyed them too.
Rotten Tomatoes says The Odyssey is a 97% score. The raw JSON data proves that it's actually 56%. Out of the 886 active Rotten Tomatoes users who, at the time of this writing, navigated to the site on their own to write The Odyssey, 56% rated it positively. The current generated 97% score displayed so prominently is simply an artifact of a push notification pipeline heavily biased towards opening weekend ticket buyers.
Okay, I read that. I thought that was interesting. I'm like,
So he's saying that the Rotten Tomatoes score is basically lying and the raw data is actually showing what the actual interest in the movie is. Like, do you think he's right?
No. So Rotten Tomatoes. First of all, we have to understand what Rotten Tomatoes is. When Rotten Tomatoes says 97%, it's not that the movie is 9.7 out of 10 or 97 out of 100. It's that 97% of the critics gave it a positive review, and that positive review could be 51%. But if 97% of the critics give it a 51% review, then that means on Rotten Tomatoes it's going to show up as 97%.
There you go.
So that's what Rotten Tomatoes says. So it can be quite misleading. I don't like the Rotten Tomatoes stat. The way they do things, it's like very exploitable. It's a lot of people don't know how it works. But so far, it seems to be relatively in line. So if you go through the individual critic reviews, if you kind of go through the critic consensus, it generally matches what the audience consensus is, except that audience tend to be a little bit more like sort of medium-ish. So kind of all the movies kind of tend towards between 40 to 80%. A few movies go like up to 90% if it has like super wide appeal, but critics, it generally tends to be more in line with what the final like IMDb score of the movie tends to be.
Fair enough.
I don't know if that made sense.
No, it made sense. I mean, this is why Asman is so fucking goofy. He's confidently saying that there's something going on, and ain't no way.
Hey man, Moon wants to talk about Michael Jackson.
No, I don't think he does.
Don't know what to do about it.
I don't think he does. Right, Moon? Right. Okay.
Wait, are they
playing the video?
presenting to the public numbers that are completely made up and fake? What they're talking about is that on Rotten Tomatoes, it's got very good reviews. It's got good reviews from the critics, and it's got very good reviews from the public. Right? And I think so, like something above 90%. So he's saying that the raw data shows a drastically different score, which is closer to 50%. Now, what is the difference between those two scores and why there's a difference? Is it just them lying about the numbers? No. What they do is that in order to avoid people who are just leaving reviews that haven't watched the film, or if they have no way of really verifying it, what they're going to highlight or what they're going to prioritize are people who have confirmed to have bought a ticket and seen the film, and those reviews automatically get verified. I agree with this notion, mostly because there have been instances of people launching these campaigns where they're like, go mass review it, guys, and people who've never seen the film as part of like some kind of social media campaign are. But in the sweeping...
That's actually a really good point, Myopic. Like, if we had to watch these things after all the buzz and everything calm down, we could actually just see a movie for what it was intended to be and not be thinking about all the stuff that was around it. Like, I don't know what was going on when Citizen Kane came out, so I'm gonna have a clear view of what that movie is.
I kind of disagree.
Holy shit.
I think that watching the movie in the context of the I think watching a movie in the context of the current climate is definitely can add something to the movie. And also, as I know, we are watching movies, we're talking about mass audiences, but in general, I prefer movies that are thoughtful, that are challenging, and that sometimes requires like someone, the watcher, to kind of be able to analyze it in isolation as well. So it depends on the movie. If the movie is trying to put something in the context of the current climate, then yes, you should take into account. If the movie is trying to like tell a story that's separate, that's like, for lack of a better term, that's like a bit more objective or compared, and does not want to include current factors into it, then you have to kind of put in the effort to watch the movie in that context. So in that sense, I think it's up to the audience to realize what the movie is about and how to judge it.
I mean, yes and no. I think most people that don't have to engage with the social media when they go to watch a movie and they actually just got to watch the movie are probably better off than anybody that went in trying to prove whatever right or prove whatever wrong. And like you pretty much are going into the movie with some sort of bias.
Yeah, it's impossible to completely avoid bias, but it's also important to realize like you are biasing the movies because of these reasons, and then and then reference that like in your opinion, right? Like that, hey, I went into this, but just so you know, my dog just died like last week, so I wasn't in the best headspace, and therefore this movie did not work for me. Something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. Like when you, like, say you bought a video game, if there was a bunch of hype about how the game was, extremely difficult or not difficult at all, depending on your experience, you went in with a bias. And if it ends up not being difficult, you're gonna, talk some trash when you don't really even know what their level of difficulty should have been, or like what level of woke this thing is when you're walking into it. And, your mileage may vary on that, but you're going into it with that mindset.
No, but an intelligent like person in this case is able to realize that, okay, the reason maybe I don't think this game is hard or easy enough is because I went in with a certain opinion because of the articles I read. And then it's up to you whether to subscribe to those articles in the future or to not read those, because they are biasing you. Clearly, they're biasing you in a certain way that is not, like, it might be that the game just marketed itself badly, right? In which case, yes, the game is at fault. But but I think the audience also has a burden of analysis that I think should be put on, like, should be more than what we put on mass audiences as well.
Feel you. And yes, Moon, unplug the motherfucker. Like, seriously, just get the job done. This should be a short trial. Shortest trial in history. I don't care what the parents agreed to. Matter of fact, get them to.
of that.
Yeah,
we
we're
often
talking
get
about Michael
people
Jackson
who
or
have seen the film
David?
who may have a good or a bad review, but because they don't
We
confirm that
can't
they've
do that
actually
to
watched
Michael,
the film, that's the
unfortunately,
issue. So
anymore.
when they're talking about push versus pull, the push aspect is that some people have apps where they confirm on a specific thing that they've bought a ticket and they leave a review on like a sister website or something similar, and that links often to Rotten Tomatoes. So people who went to go watch the film and had this set up, their reviews were automatically filtered in. Now, you could say there's selection bias there. There probably is. Because the people who are more likely to do this whole intricate process are probably people who are more likely to like leave these kinds of reviews or more concerned or interested in movies. You can find a lot of different reasons why there might be a filtering of numbers.
And see, that's actually a good thing, but he's saying, you know, more than likely they're only taking the numbers from people that actually bought a ticket and gave a review, which should be the qualified reviews to kind of take away from the noise. But like ultimately you want the opinions of people that wanted to consume a piece of media for whatever reason they want to see it.
Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes went through a huge controversy, I think around Batman v Superman time. Because Rotten Tomatoes was owned by Warner Brothers, so you had all these fucking Snyder cucks trying to say that that they are removing. Fuck, what was it like? I don't remember the exact controversy. Shit, I should have
Well, they
probably prepared
removed
for it better.
Cavill's mustache. Like there was a bunch of stuff going on with that movie that was just the reshoots, everything was
No, but it was
horrendously bad.
specifically regarding Rotten Tomatoes and how it is being botted, like view botted or view bombed or something like that. So they install these sort of protections in place. I think I forget what company does it. They do like they basically interview people coming right out of the theater. So that is what I think that is the most reliable way of gauging audience reactions and reviews.
Beach asked, "Do you think they'll make documentaries about Arsenal's second place championship league finish in the future?"
No, I think that Arsenal won the league, so even if they finish second in the Champions League, they're gonna make documentaries about the thing that they won and not about the thing that they lost.
Okay, so we got to get through this because I
But
got to get my
yeah,
Myopic in here for 20 minutes of
yeah,
the circuit thing, and yeah, this is almost done. We got like 3 minutes
yes,
left on
fuck
this.
Arsenal though.
But folks just looking at
Fuck Arsenal
raw
for
data
real.
of people leaving reviews anywhere on the internet without even confirming whether or not they've watched the film isn't a good way to judge whether or not the public likes it. Deciding whether the public likes a film they've never watched makes no sense. I want to see reviews of people who actually watched the film, personally. Now, still find to criticize the fact that this audience review is only based off verified
Says
users.
Up the Blues.
But that's very different than saying Rotten Tomatoes are
Yeah,
lying about
boy.
the numbers. Does that make sense?
It does, but they don't want to hear it. They don't care. He wants to hate the movie.
Of course, because it's
He
like a political
needs to
thing.
hate the movie. Yeah, fuck that movie.
He seems to feel bad about being a warrior, and we never actually get to see him doing much warrioring, which I thought in a way was a bit of a shame. And I think that's one of the big challenges for Nolan.
So if you don't know who this is, she's the one who wrote the 2017 version of the Odyssey. And when she wrote that, Nolan used some inspiration from her book, though he took from other places.
Your
She's
mouth
actually
has
not a
been.
fan of the film.
Did she watch it?
No, but she did review it, unverified.
By the way,
to make the
this Emily Wilson, she apparently hates Nolan's Odyssey.
But I actually watched it. Okay, so we don't know. But yeah, she can hate it all she wants. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's more biased toward her work, and anything that he lifted off of her, she's going to take some umbrage with, and whatever. Like, creatives always have their internal beefs with people that do similar work to them. So I can't really take her opinion at face value.
A lot to say there. So it's not the same work. She wrote the book, and then Nolan basically read her book to kind of like her adaptation or her translation of the book. So there's a difference between translation and adaptation, right? In translation, you have basically no room for interpretation, whereas adaptation, you have basically like almost infinite room for interpretation. Like you can play on the edges so much that you basically don't have anything holding you back. But of course, you still need the same characters. You kind of need the same basic plot line and all that to be considered an adaptation. But outside of that, you can change so much that there's really no bounding factor to call something an adaptation. You can literally say that this movie, The Odyssey, is an adaptation of like some Indian mythologies in a certain sense of the word, and that kind of makes sense. So she hates she hates that Nolan wasn't able to fulfill this fucking 1,000-year-old novel, which has 24 volumes, into one 3-hour movie. She wants more sex scenes in the movie. She wants more. What was the exact word? I only remember sex scenes because I'm a pervert. But she basically criticized for not including so many weird things, and I'm like, the movie's great, right? Like, it's not supposed to be a translation of the Odyssey. It's only supposed to be an adaptation.
Right. Yeah, she just wasn't going to be happy no matter what. Is what I come down to on that. Like, she can.
But I would have
whatever
hoped
critique
that
she
for
wants.
someone who's read the Odyssey, who's translated, who's done so much work on it, that she would give in a little bit more like leeway or understood the movie making process a little bit better to give her critiques, because obviously her being such an important voice in the academics of the Odyssey, that she would have made sure that she's well prepared and nuances her opinions properly.
Beach, it actually seems like that she looks like the type that would want that. I'm just gonna say. She would be disappointed that's not in there. Yeah, so let's hear what she says.
Protagonist, a likable all-American hero, basing this on a poem where the hero is not necessarily motivated by being a nice suburban parent, but actually by, he wants glory, and he wants to get spoils from the sack of a city.
So even she's criticizing it? That's funny.
I like how he like criticizes film as like some degree of like feminist slop. And then when like a feminist, I guess, writer disagrees with the film to some degree, he's like, isn't that crazy that people have similar ideologies? And
yeah, he's weaponizing her review, and they don't even have the same critique of the movie. She's complaining about some minutia about one particular character, which isn't even the whole of the movie, or probably even the centerpiece of the movie. And of course, he's going to just head nod it because it agrees with his opinion.
They will jump on anyone giving any credit. It's the same thing. I think we discussed it before, right? Like all these people who say science is lacking, but then as soon as a little bit of some scientists agree with them on one thing, they will jump on that. Like, look, even these scientists agree with us. But I thought you were just criticizing the scientist. So same with this Chud Asmongold. If any feminist is saying like anything she says, 99% of the time he disagrees with her. And then 1% of the time she says something that he agrees with, he leverages the feminism of the feminist in his favor, that even the feminists agree with me. But you don't respect feminists. So why do I give a shit?
There it is. All right. On to the next
they
point.
disagree. Isn't that funny? I was like, yeah, that's healthy.
All the time.
That's healthy. It's good that they disagreed on the vision of it, because it shows that Nolan didn't use her adaptation as like a 100% thing, that he just used parts of it as inspiration.
No, you're supposed to be with the team.
Bro.
If you're not writing, you're not dying.
Greek mythology is interesting because it's so present in a lot of our media, whether it's like the Disney stuff that we saw,
Gold sounds
or
like
shows like Hercules
Pokemon, like
and
Hitmonchan,
or some of the video games like
family of Pokemons.
Well, I think this about covers this video. They just end up like musing about other adaptations of Greek works and reimaginings and like how they measure up to the realities of the works that were written back then. And like, it's not always the point. And I don't think he planned on making this like a 3 or 5 part series of movies, correct?
Nope.
So there's no way he's going to get all of it in there.
Yeah. And just my kind of closing thoughts is that if you have not seen this movie, if you are thinking about like whether or not you should go see it, go and watch it. Go and watch it in the best theater. This is a movie, genuinely. Like movies like this don't come very often, where you need like actually watching in the cinema gives you a different experience than watching it on your home.
I mean, I'm sure.
Right?
I'm pretty lazy and kind of strapped for time, so I can't guarantee.
You're missing out. If the Mona Lisa was being shown in a museum near you, would you get up and go see it? Right? It's the same thing. There's some things that are just slightly different in person, that are different where you watch it, right? Like Obsession. I love how much love Obsession is getting. I love the trailers I've seen. I haven't seen the movie myself. It's on streaming now. I'm probably going to watch it, but that is a movie I can watch it at my home, right? It's not going to be way different if I watch it in the theaters.
And I got a really big TV, so
Hey, I'm not the one to, tell you what to do, but I'm just here to recommend that if you can, go and watch this movie.
and yeah, Moon, and there's a different perspective. Like we're looking at it through a modern lens, and they're look like it came from a ancient lens, and it's gonna have some difference in the way it's interpreted along the way. So like, why trip like that? But all the same, my biggest issue was these idiots complaining about the details of who's playing what and the wokeness of it. It's just hilarious. Closest 70 millimeter IMAX to me is in Fort Lauderdale. Jesus.
I'm gonna assume that's pretty far from where Beach lives, but
Florida feels like everything is far. I'm just gonna let you know. Like,
I'm just gonna say, go and watch it at the biggest screen that's like within reason, right? Like, obviously, don't go to fucking 4.5 hours. Yeah, don't drive 4.5 hours for it. But yeah, within reason. Like, if I watched it on an IMAX, it wasn't 70 millimeter IMAX, but it was an IMAX theater. So that one was the closest to me, and I feel it was worth it. So that was my point.
pretty sure I have one close.
Yeah, and to Rabbit's point, Nolan does have a history of sound mixing things weirdly, but I think this one, yes, there were parts that the sound was too loud, but it did not interrupt the dialogue. I think it added a lot of like thrust to the movie to actually, with little effort, actually put you in the position of the sailors, like what they're feeling, what they're going through, things like that. So yeah, if you can't bear loud sounds, take earplugs or whatever. But yes, I will drop out with this.
Oh, been a blast, effort. And you don't
All
have
right,
to
take
leave,
care.
but we're gonna be talking about this thing with Circa. Let me.
I feel like I've already made this 20-minute or whatever 7-minute video into like a hour and a half long video. So I don't want to do that to you and Myopic. I leave you guys to have a more streamlined conversation.
All right. Well, feel free to hop back in at any point when we get to it. Let me see. I think this is about the point. Dude comes in. Let me see.
Made to feel small.
All right, I'm gonna drop for now. Take care. Bye.
All right. Peace. Myopic, do you remember when exactly you hopped into the video?
Hey, hold on. Let's see.
I'm thinking it's around the 40 some odd minute mark.
Right there.
I'm watching it on YouTube.
Oh, shit.
I'll take your timestamp and then I'll just impose it to the YouTube. Because I think the videos are the same length. Yeah, about 47 minutes. Yeah.
Representatives, and the relationship is very good. I think that
Let's get to that.
All right. Do I just watch this simultaneously? How are we doing this?
I would assume so.
Well, I'm going to get to this point and send you the timestamp.
A country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there. And we're going to help it.
Exact
We're going
point.
to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times.
1 second, I have 3 windows of.
Okay.
Visit for a long time.
Thank you.
Meeting such a great president like.
Oh my god, dude. Hello?
Okay. So I'm going to share with you the timestamp, and then if you want to stream it in the Discord so we can have it synced up, and then you'll have the power to pause it. That work for you?
All right. Let me hide my bookmarks bar.
I think we'll only be
All
able
right.
to see this screen anyway. And then I will switch out to the Discord screen. So whenever you have that ready, let me know. Okay. Let me switch the view. Okay.
All right, let me know if you can hear it.
1 second, I have
It's pretty low.
and I gotta turn them off. 1 second. Oh my goodness. Okay, hello, can you hear me?
I can.
That better?
Yep.
All right. Do you want to talk about fascism real quick, or do you want to just go through like the whole belittling thing? Because it seems like most of what you're focused on me for is you feel small, or like made to feel small.
Me?
Yeah, right. Like 90% of your commentary is about my behavior or like persona or the way I talk to others or about others. And then you specifically reference over and over and over again the fact that I've told you, which I still believe, even right now, that you are beneath me as an interlocutor. Right. So which would
All right, so before we get on to the other stuff, I just want to say, like, this entire first part is just him being a complete and utter piece of shit. And based on the context that I saw in the actual fucking like horseradish shit, he's just being a pretentious douchebag the whole time. So everything Circa does from here on out seems reasonable.
So I'm just going to give you some context before we start it back up. So he came into the Discord saying a bunch of stuff about whatever way people learn things, like when somebody, he asked, are there any libertarians in the room? And when somebody stepped up, he's like, oh, well, explain to me your education and your autodidactic progress and how you learn what you learn. And then I will see whether or not you're worthy to talk to me, kind of thing. And then when whatever they would say, he'd basically just end up at, oh, well, you're beneath me. This is a stupid conversation. And then eventually it got to him telling people they should not be breathing the same air as him anymore. So go ahead.
I think I had a pretty good idea of his character when I got to the part where he was like, next person.
Cool.
But okay.
do? Would you rather debate me on something, or would you rather talk about something that you have absolutely no causal ability over, right? Also, to concede, you do look much older than me now.
One second.
I thought you
there's a few things I want to address. I find it interesting that somehow simultaneously there is like this duality of the exact thing I criticize about you. And
yeah, no, I think I'm better than you at this. I think you're dumb, right? I don't think I'm better than you as a person or anything like that. I hope you get the same rights in healthcare and stuff like that. But I just think that you're kind of dumb and like a LARPer, right? Like you're like a fetish case for like someone who would be otherwise an academic if they were seriously involved, right?
Okay, so
you got like purple lights and a little piano.
why do you
do the whole
why do you think that makes me feel small?
Because you focus on it instead of any of the substantial conversations we have, right? You had a dispute with me over a topic that we could be talking about right now.
Could it be,
but instead
could it be that I think your behavior is substantial in and of itself? I think it's substantially
yeah, no,
wrong.
my behavior is probably substantial to you because that's the only thing you focus on, right? But my behavior is calling a dumbass, and the dumbass just sits there and goes, you call me a dumbass, but have you ever thought that a stupid person might think a smart person's stupid when they call them stupid? Yeah, I have, right? No shit. It's a mirror claim. We're both saying the same thing about each other. So then let's focus on the substance instead of this little like contraband stuff, right? This little like, oh, I don't like your
Why don't
tone.
we have some fun then? You remember our conversation about fascism, right?
Yeah, fascism is fascism
Right.
is an enforced argument structure
I
of a
need you
specific
to
kind.
stop talking. You talk way too much. Just relax. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so do you remember how when I actually got around to reading your response, I actually said I was impressed by some of the terminology you're using? Do you remember
That's a
that
dumb
part?
thing to say. Why would you be impressed by terminology instead of like the actual content?
That is the
Do
content.
big
You
words
use
impress me more than the
no, you use specific phrases and words that I am able to find and notice that make me feel like you actually do have some really specific knowledge about fascism. Things like purification, things like contamination. Those are really important when you want to talk about fascism. So I actually did
So could you tell me
tell
what my
you
claim is
I
against
was
you?
impressed with some of the things you said. Doesn't that
Yeah,
just go
then could you
against
tell me
what
what
you
my claim
just
is
said
about your
earlier?
generalized?
All right, so with this part, like I kind of get what both sides are saying here. Like it seems like the Toyota dude doesn't really care about the specific words, but is trying to get to the underlying concepts. And then also, it seems like Circa here is trying to kind of bridge the gap so that they can actually communicate by saying like, "Hey, I saw in some of what you were writing, you were using very specific words that indicate you may have an education on this." Is kind of what he was getting at. And both of these people before this aren't really in a mood to try to understand each other.
Okay, well, yeah, probably, but it goes a little deeper than that from what I've experienced of it. Circa had a debate with Andrew Wilson about fascism. Toyolo believes that his understanding of fascism is superior to Circa, and he's trying to tell him how he got it wrong. And to get to that point, can I give you Toyolo's definition of fascism?
I think I've already seen it, but sure.
Fascism is the enforcement of a specific argument that destroys the singularity.
Hey, did you happen to read the stuff I wrote, like translating that?
No, I don't believe I did. But
All
is
right, let
that
me see
a
if I can find it real
functional
quick.
definition to diagnose something when arguing that a particular individual is a fascist against Andrew Wilson?
I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
So, do you think that definition has diagnostic power if you were to be in a debate against Andrew Wilson trying to say that one particular individual is a fascist?
I think specifically for Andrew Wilson, if you were trying to say he was a fascist,
Well,
then like his
Trump.
definition absolutely fits.
Saying Trump is a
Oh,
fascist.
Trump?
Yes. If I said Trump is a fascist and he says, well, then what is a fascist? And I say fascism is the enforcement of a specific argument that destroys the singularity.
Yeah, I think then that Trump would be under this guy's definition of fascist. So I have the quotes from his definitions here.
Okay.
So the first one here is my claim is that the fascist presents and operates from the following argument. There was a pure original unity, something like but not limited to the nation, the people, the race. An intruder contaminated it. Politics is removing the intruder to restore it. Same structure every time, only the content changes. And then my translation of that is a fascist is someone who lives their life by and makes the argument. Our people founded this great nation alone. We were of one mind and soul. We built walls around us to keep those jealous of our prosperity out, but we were beset on all sides and they spread amongst us like a pestilence. It infects the nation itself, and through political action, we must remove it. That seems to be what he's saying, but it doesn't seem like he communicates with normal people. It seems like he communicates with like low-level academics.
I agree.
And then also specifically the singularity part. So the full quote of that is, singularity is what the argument destroys. And this is referring to the fascist presents and operates from this argument. Singularity is what the argument destroys. Under it, you don't exist as a person. You exist as an instance of a category, a one of us or one of them. Your death is then fine as long as the category survives. A regime where everyone is a specimen and nobody is a someone. So then fascism is the enforced version of the argument that turns everyone into specimens. And then the translation of that is, under the fascist ideal state, the continuation of the state is the sole reason for its existence. The self is non-existent. Each person is a servant of the state living for and through it.
Right, that would be the singularity.
Like, it's in there.
Right.
The singularity is actually like, and this is why it's so fucking confusing. He is using singularity, not necessarily in place of individuality or individualism, but kind of as an adjacent to it. He says he's describing something different, but it's just individuality.
That is a very odd way to do that. I would say if the fascistic argument becomes the singularity, what then?
So he's not necessarily, so the argument wouldn't become the singularity because the singularity is you as a person, as a separate entity from the state. So he's saying that you and other people are singularities as of now, but under fascism, the state tries to rip away your individuality.
And then that becomes the status quo of what the singularity is to become.
I wish the way he is using singularity here is very, very, very idiosyncratic.
Right.
It's because it's literally just describing a person having like individual thoughts and ideas and goals. Like each person, like there are a shitload of singularities. It isn't a thing that
An actual singularity,
it's very
which
confusing how
makes
he
it,
worded it.
yeah, I would say seeks to destroy individuality would be a far better way of getting across the ideas that you're putting forward. But if he's using some esoteric idea of the essence of the word singularity, you could put it there. It just, again, I don't feel like it has very much diagnostic power in this instance.
I feel like the main problem I have is number one, he's a complete fucking douche. And number two, he's just, if his goal is to like spread like awareness of what fascism is, the way he is going about it is just absolutely ineffective.
His goal is to have the most effective argument in regards to anybody that's trying to deny what is presenting as fascist.
Essentially, I think what he told me is he sees that like he sees a bunch of fucking arguments and he's like, oh, people don't understand this. I want to make people understand this, but for some reason he thinks the way he's going about it is a legitimate way to do so.
Yes, he thinks it's the superior way to address it.
And I think he's just introducing far more confusion.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Please continue.
All right.
No, because you still think that there's something missing, something that you're not seeing that I haven't presented yet.
But
and I'm telling you right now
a
that
concession that I was kind of impressed, right?
yeah, no, I know you lost to me when we disputed it the first time, and then you kept this little
So
act
right
You're
there,
arrogant.
he
You think that
gave
there's
him
something behind this.
some level of applause and saying, you know, I like some of what you did. And then immediately this individual comes back with, oh yeah, because I beat you before. So he was trying to give some ground and like build a rapport with him to say, you know, there are some things I agree with you on. And then that was immediately slapped away.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the reason why I'm not gonna take this like without watching any of his other shit. I'm not gonna take this as representative of him as a person, because like he's obviously trying to reach out and go like, can we fucking communicate? And this guy is over and over again saying, no, we're not going to communicate. You're going to listen to me.
Yep. So by all means,
This that you have yet to expose that I'm talking out of my position, right? Realistically,
I don't
I'm
need to teach you the definition of arrogant again, right? Is that something I have to do?
That's not really what we're going to do here. But if you'd like to tell me what the substance that I'm missing is in fascism, if you'd like to tell me how your little content gloss is somehow, some way more identifying than the metaphysical principle of fascism, sure, go for it.
The metaphysical principle of fascism?
Yeah, the argumentative structure being enforced and mobilized politically, right? That thing that you miss every time you talk to someone because you, like a dumbass LARPer, focus on like
you
this
mean like
content.
Political liturgy, right? Because
Okay, so for this next part, I just want to say, like, listen to what he's saying here. He is going to be asked to describe what political liturgy is, and he says about a paragraph worth of words, and he does not define it within it. The only definitions within the next phrase are self-referential, but also I want to point out that Toyola is going to start his sentence asking about political liturgy with the word no. Just no, it's not a political liturgy. But what is that? What do you mean?
that sounds exactly like what you just said.
No, could you define political liturgy for this conversation for me, please, so that I can be on the same page as you? Because you like to use words very abstractly and then just claim that you're not.
I mean, I can probably tell you about projection right now, but it's fine.
What's the words that you just used mean? Go for it.
A liturgy is common in a church. So a church liturgy is like a Catholic parish will have liturgical elements surrounding their rituals. So it becomes like an active process. You participate in an active way. So political liturgy is a transposition of that idea. The ritual of church liturgical practice is now being transposed to politics. So it's no longer a passive.
Yeah, but what does that mean in this kind of context,
So
right?
if
Like I know
you
what
know about fascism and you read about fascism, then I'm drawing from Emilio Gentili. He's a prominent Italian fascist scholar who essentially
Yeah,
wrote.
but can you say
Can you
parts
stop
of his
interrupting
logic?
me?
No, because you're just ranting about a history lesson instead of any actual substance. Can you tell me?
All right, so this part specifically, I want to get on because I don't like when people bring up books. You shouldn't be bringing up specific authors or books. You should just be describing the concepts, because if you have read those books and you understand those books, you should be able to argue the underlying concepts rather than just say, oh, so this person said this thing.
No, I agree with you on that. That's a thing that a lot of people in debate spaces tend to do, especially when they talk about the philosophy of certain subjects. And unfortunately, when it comes down to this specific subject, those are the names that come up every time. And it's like, well, I want to know if you're familiar with what these individuals put forward rather than like explaining the thing. I don't like, I can't think of anybody that's discussed fascism without saying where they got their root arguments from, at least on this subject. As much as I don't like people bringing up Hegelian dialectic this and, Kant that, this one, I think like these specific authors tell you what school of thought that they're borrowing these terms from.
I think it's kind of to me it's like a way to size up whether or not somebody knows something,
Okay.
which I kind of agree where he's going with on that, but I can also see like legitimate purpose in bringing up some authors. It's just right now it doesn't seem like it has a legitimate purpose because he's asking to talk about the concept itself.
Fair assessment.
But I'm gonna play the video and then I'm gonna run to my hamburger helper, and in 40 seconds I will be back.
Cool.
Me the actual substantive part of your argument that relates to political liturgy?
It
doesn't seem like you can.
It
It's
treats.
like you want to walk me through a
Oh my god!
surface level
Shut
claim
up, bro!
about
Literally,
content.
shut up. It treats politics like a liturgical act. So, fascist movements
Okay, cool.
change the very function, the very process of voting and being in government to an active thing. You have to participate. You can't just sit on the sideline anymore. So when you
Okay, so this is a
described a
context.
mobilization argument, what I think you just repeat the one sentence you said earlier, something about argument structure or like mobilization of argument structure. Is that what you said?
So a fascist is someone who utilizes a specific argumentative structure, right? And I want to be very clear because sometimes I'll talk to people who I think would be classified as dumber than you, and they may think that all arguments follow the same structure, and they may say premise, premise, conclusion.
Why would I say that?
I don't mean that. You get that, right?
Why would I say that?
I'm just covering bases, right? I think you're dumb, so I'm covering all the dumb guy bases. Do you understand that I don't mean the generalized format for an argument to be considered acceptable or presentable, right?
Are you gonna tell me your fucking definition of fascism or what?
I am. I need you to answer that question. It's a binary, yes or no. Like, do you know what I mean by argumentative structure?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. So the fascist argumentative structure is to start off by positing like some kind of originary substrate, like a base of like what needs to be reclaimed or purified at the end of their argument.
It's just some
They talk
mythical
about-
idea. It's a mythical nation, whatever. It's
Yeah, that's a way that you can think about that, but this is the important part, right? Because you're about to start talking about content instead of form. This is the thing that
No,
you
I'm
lost
not.
to Andrew Wilson.
That's not.
Yes, you are. You're
That's
about
not
you
at all
literally
what I
just
started.
started
I specifically talk about the movement as a form.
Oh, No, sweetheart. What I mean is that all the things that you're talking about,
Are you going to
even when you
address
use
that,
the word,
or are you going to just run?
anyway, back to it, right? We hate each other, so that's distracting. Back to it.
I don't
Anyway.
hate you. I just think you're insecure and a little bitch.
Oh, I would rather you go back to like a 9 to 5 job forever, right? Anyway,
I don't even know what that's supposed
the
to
fascists
mean.
didn't make this original subject. I think that you should stop talking about politics and philosophy and start reading about politics and philosophy.
I
Hey,
do.
what's
The
up,
fascists
Kay?
read a lot about it, man. Didn't you in the Discord tell me that reading is dumb?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, my main bit is that you don't know how to read because you focus on things like content instead of what things like content are doing underneath their
I mean,
presentation.
that sounds kind of like your opinion, and it's not a very good one at that.
I don't know what to do with that comment, right? Like that's not very useful.
It's
You just
about
told
the
me that
same
my
as what I can do with what you said, so I don't know. Keep up, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I feel like most of this is just like back and forth insulting. Up to there's a specific point in this. I think it was around an hour and 14 minutes in, and I think between that and this, it's pretty much just back and forth insults.
It's posturing,
But
yes.
that yeah. So do you remember the APA part?
I don't recall. It literally was working as this was going on and picking back
All right,
up
let me.
on it.
All right, so that's pretty much like the last thing I'd want to hit on because, like, legitimately, I was watching this like 1.75 to 2 times and just waiting for an argument to be made. It was mostly just insults.
Well, I think
Let me go ahead and
one's trying to
grab.
explain where they're coming from, and the other is saying, I don't want to hear where you're coming from because I already think you're wrong. I'm trying to express to you why you were wrong. Yes,
Oh
my
yeah, the
outfit is definitely
Toyota
a
guy
man code.
completely comes in. Yeah, the Toyota guy 100% comes in absolutely not wanting to have like a reasonable discussion with him.
Mhm.
But I think this is the part, and this is something that, yeah, it's just like a complete shutdown of communication between the two at this point. But let me go ahead and play it.
The apparatus of psychological practitioners in the United States contains both of those. Do you acknowledge that both of those?
Yeah, I might have to go back a second or two.
So he did jump around multiple different subjects as he was failing to communicate on each subject. And honestly, I think for a lot of it, he just kind of wants to commandeer the audience to the best of his ability. And Ike wants to know what kind of hamburger helper you're cooking.
Oh, I'm cooking fucking gluten-free cheeseburger. Fucking gluten-free.
Sorry, Ike, it's not stroganoff.
Oh, I would have gotten stroganoff, but that's been like the last 3 fucking boxes.
But Toyota's stroganoff right now.
Most likely. But yeah, I think actually bringing up this APA thing, and this is Toyola, like he keeps trying to jump from thing to thing to basically find a new way to communicate what he's saying, but the way he's saying it just reduces any ability to communicate. This APA thing is like a direct fall from when he's talking about like he's essentially talking about how like the idea of fascism, the argument that fascism makes is like a very romantic one that people are very susceptible to. And I think he's describing it as also common throughout the world, just like the baseline of it. And then he brings up the American psychological apparatus here, and I think it should start right around here.
Last 60 years. I have said this to you,
What does
but it
that
was
mean,
a minor.
bro? What does that mean? The American psychological apparatus? What?
Would you agree that there is like a what's the acronym for AP whatever that makes the DSM-5 and stuff like that?
The DSM-5.
Would you agree that would you agree that there's like a large academic and professional apparatus of psychologically concerned doctors and practitioners in the United States?
In the AMA, maybe? Are you talking about the APA or the AMA?
The apparatus of psychological practitioners in the United States contains both of those. Do you?
Okay, so I'm wondering, do you understand what he means by the psychological apparatus here?
I guess he's trying to figure out what the acronym for APA is. the best way to
So
describe it.
essentially, what he's saying here by saying apparatus, he's meaning to say that like current practitioners of psychology, current practitioners of psychiatry, the researchers, the people who conduct like independent study on things, all of these people would be included in the American psychological apparatus.
Acknowledge
Oh my
that both
fucking
of those
God, bro.
exist in
You think the
apparatus for
American
psychological-
Medical
I can accept
Association
that.
is filled with psychiatrists? They have their own,
Oh, okay.
called the APA.
You might be dumber than Mida. Okay. Is there an institutional practice of psychology in America?
Might have caught a
An
shred.
institute of what? Psychology?
Is there an institutional practice of psychology in America?
Yes, there is a formal discipline and field of psychology in America, yeah.
Okay. You recognize that we can call that the American psychological apparatus, right?
Sure, and how is this going to be relevant to fascism?
Okay. For over the past 60 years, the American psychological apparatus has revolved around a single argumentative structure that our psyches are some concrete originary structure that is somehow contaminated, broken, shattered, fractured, deviated from, or whatever, that creates mental illness that then needs to be rectified, purified, confronted, like made ready and whole again. It is.
Okay, so in
Hard
this part
disagree.
here, he's basically making the comparison.
Right.
Hard disagree with what?
Oh,
What he's saying?
Toilos, yeah. That's not the entirety of psychiatry.
So I think essentially what he's saying here is that like the baseline of psychology is that there is a normal, healthy state of the brain, and that the goal of psychiatry and psychology is to treat brains that have deviated from that and return them to the normal state.
And I don't necessarily agree with that. Like, just understanding the field of like child psychology is not coming from a starting point of there is a flaw in the brain of these children, is trying to understand how best to relate to and understand children and their behaviors. Like, that's behavioral psychology. It doesn't necessarily contend with the idea of mental illness. Like, not all of psychiatry revolves around mental illness or defect, which is why I don't agree with them. But please give me where you get this from.
Not agreeing with him is fair enough. I think what happens here after that is just him circa absolutely not like engaging with what he's saying in the slightest. Circa in this moment is currently at the I'm going to try to embarrass this person mode.
Yes, absolutely.
So here we go.
I don't think that's true.
And I'll be
I don't think
right
that's
back,
true.
but I'm listening.
No, I just think it's not true. It doesn't logically make sense. Shouldn't you have to provide like
What
evidence
is-
for this?
what is
Shouldn't we like go to the APA right now and see if what you just
Yeah,
said
go to
is
the APA.
anywhere on the fucking website?
No, that would be a logical claim. You'd have to be able to read things on the website and then make the map to that logic.
But you're just doing it with nothing. You're just making a puzzle by yourself, and you're in the corner, you know, like you're a fucking kid
No.
in the dentist office, and you're just making pieces up.
This is perfect. This is why I don't.
So like this, saying that, well, if they're basing everything on this, shouldn't we be able to just go to the APA page and see that? It's like, no, the APA page doesn't really release like foundational shit. People learn that in different institutions. The foundational shit is in the research. The APA, they publish like the new new studies, new terms that are potentially going to be added to the DSM. Like they publish news that is relevant to like people in the psychiatric and psychology fields. So you really wouldn't find that on the page.
I don't know if the APA
And then he goes on to go to the page.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any mission statement or anything within the DSM-5, or like what the preface is to the DSM-5. Like, maybe Circa is correct and that's in there. I just don't know.
No, I mean specifically, Circa's saying that. Now I get what you're saying. Okay. All right.
This is the actual root of our reading difference.
Are you putting
right?
circles into squares or what, man?
You have the ability to get the point or no?
Yeah, I do. It's funny.
Okay. Do you think that I'm telling you
right.
that the APA or the AMA is going to write out like, we believe that the body is a pure originary structure? Or do you think
did
that I'm
present
telling
it
you
like that though? Do you realize that, right?
Can I type
You
this
said
out
for
for
the
you,
past
actually?
60 years, the American
60.
psychology apparatus has based itself on
On this
presentation.
documented.
Yeah, so
on this
shouldn't we be able to find that on their fucking institutional website?
Yes. Yes.
See, this is where I
but
agree
the
with
thing is,
Circa.
right?
Okay, let's
Remember,
go do
pause.
that.
How so?
Oh, you should be able to, on their website, understand what their mission statement and goals are. And Toyolo is claiming that their mission statement and goals are X. So that should be able to be contested unless it's unfalsifiable or goes by whatever standard he's wanting to apply it to.
I don't think he's necessarily saying that their mission statement is this exact thing. I think he's saying like the foundational roots of psychology, like what has been built upon, like underneath all that, the concrete there is this.
Well, I can say, like, I'm on the APA.org right now, and there is an APA statement on DSM-5 development process, giving a set of goals and criteria.
Well, he's not talking about the necessarily the definition of mental illness itself or their selection in the DSM-5, but rather like if you go back to like Freud and all those cocaine addicted motherfuckers, like this is kind of how they viewed things because they were in just a massively different culture, and then everything was kind of built upon their shoulders. And then he's basically saying that like at the root of this, this is, if you look through the APA's website, because he does get into this, he does say like, yes, if you do read through the APA's website, you will be able to recognize this theme. But not necessarily that they would write it out explicitly as there is a pure mind and there is an impure mind.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back like 2 seconds if I can. Perfect.
Shouldn't we be able to find that on their fucking institutional website?
Yes.
Okay.
But the thing is, right?
Okay, let's
remember,
go do
pause.
that. Yeah, let's go do that.
This is gonna sting. Remember, you're a retard. So I don't really think you're gonna know what to look for.
I mean,
right?
shouldn't
I
it
think you're gonna
be on the website as like the landing page? If it's the main thing they base their like practice on?
Say it out loud. What do you think you're looking for?
What you just
Say
said.
it out loud. No. Say what you're looking for.
What you
Are
just said.
looking
I'm looking for what you just said to see if what you just said is true or if it's just a fucking fabrication of your brain.
So he says, shouldn't this be on the landing page? That seems a little ridiculous to me.
I'm not in.
But it's all totally reasonable from his side because like I looked through the entire fucking conversation where he was just acting like a pompous dick the entire fucking time. So not engaging with this person is an entirely reasonable thing to do, or treating him like a piece of shit is an entirely reasonable thing to do.
Not going to hear me disagreeing with you.
But yeah, I think I'll let the rest of this play out, and then I think that's pretty much the whole of it.
I think it's the latter more than the former, though.
Go for it. We'll reach the bottleneck when you reach it.
It's not there, man. It's not.
Can you tell me what you're looking for?
I'm looking for what you just presented as the basis for American psychology.
Like, will I be able to pull this back and show this to people?
Pull what back?
Is this being recorded right now, or is
Absolutely.
this purely live?
Of course it's being
Okay, cool.
recorded.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my god. Anyway, you're a dumbass, right? No
Yeah,
one
I got it.
anywhere is going to operationally
Look,
state
man, that shit
their
doesn't work
logic.
on me, man. I get it. You live and tie your status, okay, to this self-contingent garbage shit, okay? It's deeply insecure. I don't know how you
do
deal
you
with
think-
it, bro, but it's fine. It's just not gonna work on me, man. The constant
Well,
like
I know it's not gonna work for you.
appealing
You're
to stratification of other people is just fucking pathetic to me. Like you don't really
You
have to
understand
say
that
those
that's
things.
realistic
You don't actually get
stratify your-
any self-status or worth out of saying other people are below you or that someone else is stupid. Okay, it's every now and then I get mocking or being like.
Actually, I think that might have been the end of it.
But like you operate from.
I mean,
this,
it does
and
keep
it's
going,
pathetic.
but like,
So the point is
nothing?
that when
You
you
got nothing
talk
for that.
to me,
there's a,
yeah, nothing.
there's a
Everything you say
level of
is like a
smugness
retard ramble.
on Circa, but he doesn't hit the same notes that the other dude does. And yes, they're both trying to prove that the other is an idiot, but it's two very different ways of going about it.
Yeah, I just really hated like going through it and going like, oh shit, this guy is saying some shit that makes sense.
Toyolo or Circa?
But Toyola.
I mean, there's some substance to it because I mean, of course, he's not a complete moron, but the way he's applying the information that he has is just not very conducive to conversation with anybody that doesn't use the same vernacular that you do. And it's his own proprietary vernacular.
Yeah, honestly, the most ironic thing that I took away from all of this is that somebody who is so concerned with people incorrectly defining fascism is like engaging in different in like fascist rhetoric against people. Like saying you're beneath me, you're subhuman, you're the fucking R word, you should end your life, shit like that. Like, I don't know how you are this fucking dedicated to making sure people know about fascism and then treat people like that.
You got a very strong point there, Myopic. That was my takeaway. Freaking ridiculous.
But yeah, that's pretty much my entirety. Because like 90% of this is literally just them insulting each other over and over again. And like I said, Circa's reaction to him, completely fucking reasonable. I'll have to watch a different video of him talking to somebody else to actually find out like whether, because at this point, I don't know if this man is a genius or if he's just like an average person. There's no way to know from this video.
Okay, fair enough. Well, come back to us with your findings. We're all very interested.
Yeah, I'll look into it some more, but we'll say like 12 days from now, somewhere in between them.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
No problem. See you, man.
Hey, have a good night. Enjoy your hamburger helper. I'm jealous. All right. Back to... Close that up. And then on to Nick Fuentes. Well, let's see where Vigi's at right now.
Historian al-Bahari drew the parallel himself.
Don't forget about the helper. Oh, what is the stream lag when it's...
After he answers. No, he can go ahead and answer.
I would say that would be different. Yeah, I was.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to watch it later. Is what it is.
That race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you know, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, you know, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
Wait, what you would call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think...
Yeah, because the civil rights movement wasn't woke in any way, shape, or form. The revolution will not be televised, people. That was not in any way woke. Just keep that in mind. Actually, it seems like a pretty reasonable blunt rotation, except for Fuentes, just being real. Being able to smoke a blunt with Hunter Biden, like, dude's known for drugs, so...
Yeah.
I mean, would you not
maybe
say there
him,
were
maybe
some
him,
excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, in those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all the, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one,
Hear me out.
I told you this.
I'd
is
smoke
that
with
I
Nick.
think you're really smart. And
I'm sure you would, Ed, okay? I'm sure you would. The helper was fine. It was adequate. Hey, we got a Gibbs raid as I'm watching Fuentes. Right on time. Dude knows his timing. Welcome, Raiders. Glad to have you. Yeah, I'm sure Nick is freaking hilarious to hang out with or maybe even have chicken and waffles with. Ripping and a tearing. Hell yeah.
And I think that with that comes in a real responsibility. And you have an audience. And I have a friend.
Can I give a
whose
shout out to
son
Admiral
is
Gibbs?
my daughter's age, maybe 28, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about,
Did the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died? And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million. 6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know, I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could.
See, when he said this, like you already know from him saying, "Oh, we're discovering all the time." You know he wasn't being serious. First Newsom glazing Kirk, now Hunter glazing Nick. I don't know about all that.
Maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know.
Hey, we're back to the conversation on identity politics and why, for some reason, Nick's anger needs to be justified. Let's go.
That to be real. And I think that there, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger is being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you're canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like
you could see the righteous indignation on his face.
Now is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider.
So I see they're in cope session now, and Vigi is in the middle of the firing squad. Who won, in your opinion, Testy? Yeah, I see stillborn and whatnot in the room. I'm like, oh, well, that's what's going on. Of course, Emmett didn't engage with the prompt at all. That was the whole point of them re-racking the conversation. I guess I'll watch it eventually, but I will skip the opening. Vigi sort of floundered on some shit, but he did okay. Okay. I mean, if you think it was reasonable, which one of us wrecked Emmett worse, me or Vigi? And I expect a fully biased opinion.
Kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017.
Vigi's debate was on Sharia law is similar to Orthodox Christian law. Okay, you got to get up in this? Okay, well, that's fair enough. Let's make it a three-way split. Who wrecked Emmett harder, Testy?
You had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch,
Sounds
ADL,
like
SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think...
Okay, hold up. Are you saying that Nick Fuentes has just been taken out of context this entire time? Am I living in a fantasy world, or was he literally hosting a show and cultivating an audience that agreed with these exact takes? Has anybody that you've run across that appreciates the rhetoric of Nick Fuentes not say the exact same things within context?
I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way,
canceling them.
that very well may be true, but you gave him a lot of ammunition.
Now, Kay is somebody I can take out of context all day. It still wouldn't hit the levels of Nick Fuentes, but he'd end up on a watch list.
That's true.
You know, I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in.
Probably a furry watch list.
That are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, you know, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any...
Fuentes is a bigger weasel and less confrontational than even Hassan Piker. True. He has been taken out of context a million times, for the record. Oh, I'm sure Paul is on a watch list.
Edgelording, anything like that, they would, first of all, there's no sense of humor.
I'm so old, I don't even, what's
okay, well, to break it down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea.
Wonder whatever happened to Paul. Miss that guy. We all remember Paul, right? Yeah, I think we remember Paul.
That if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million.
So, in reality, how many people actually got canceled? Do they still have shows? Is Piers Morgan still working? Is Matt Walsh still working? The people that got canceled did legitimate things. Why was Trump kicked off the platform? This is a crazy narrativization.
Million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive?
Had it coming.
And I think that drove people to a far more radical place.
Like literally, they murked her on her own show. That's how bad it was. Oh man. I think the show probably turned out better once it was all over and done with, but I'm not in that
place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because look, You take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalists is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly.
See, he's basically saying that due to this particular thing happening, it's going to put a spotlight on these voices that are saying things that shouldn't be legitimized. But now all of a sudden, people are saying, why can't we say these things? And it's going to have somebody with some money put up a platform capitalizing on the speech that should not be legitimized. Of course, if you see a market somewhere, whether it's right, wrong, destructive, whatever, if you see money in it, they're going to do it. And a lot of these people, I'm going to say, guy with the beanie, Tim Pool especially, is going to take money from some random sources to spout BS he himself doesn't even believe in. Like, you find a lot of these people don't even believe in the things that they're saying. It's just way too much money in it.
Exactly what happened. Rumble blew up, Elon bought Twitter, and what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types
canceled, and
that
here
are
he
even
is
blowing
right
past
now.
me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And I think that's because the message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options, you can't win, there's no alternative. Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter, you can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, we still exist. We're still here, we still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided. I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top 3 things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat-out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those would be top.
See, it's just some BS rebellion. Like, it got him clicks. It worked out well. I think he agrees with a lot of it. I don't think he likes Israel. I don't think he likes America's relationship with Israel. But the degree to which he hits that point is beyond anything that should be legitimized. I gotta agree with you there, Moon. I think he's trying to interject that there's a legitimate way to voice concern with a thing, but at the same time, you're in a conversation with Nick Fuentes. Like, there's no real winning there.
3 things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context, and I do agree. Look, on both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me, the mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence,
Yeah.
and I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be
He says he answered his door with pepper spray. Yeah.
taken from the platform. There's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned. And they just, it was such a broad brush and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example. They banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just
There were too many quotes to point out. He knew damn well what he was saying. Like, I'm going to say in the 90s, when people like David Duke and Farrakhan were going on shows, it was already known that this is going to be a contentious topic. And usually they were on like Maury Povich or whatever. They weren't usually on mainstream news channels. So to act like these ideas were ever truly legitimized is kind of crazy. And the people that were voicing them were already technically canceled. You can't both sides without challenging them, otherwise you're just okay. I'll allow that. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I feel like he's trying to find some sort of middle ground to connect, but like I don't see why that's necessary. Like, you don't have to be screaming at him or anything like that, but you can definitely, and I think he does at some point in this conversation, like get to where the ideology or the conclusion in the narrative was incorrect, but we'll see where he goes.
take you down. And especially
I
now
haven't
when
watched this
everything is
yet.
digital. That's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right. Because the social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with
No, you have to consider what you want your brand being associated with. And if you're saying the crazy things that you're saying, people don't want their brand associated with you. Be it a platform, be it a good or service, be it an item. I don't think Starbucks is going to be putting their logo next to Nick Fuentes. It's just not a good look for them. If you're chasing traffic away from them, they're not going to want to endorse you.
Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, you know, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism. But I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I keep, like, I've been talking and going around and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by, 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And this is where I agree with Hunter. He's basically saying what I'm saying. It's about how much money they make and how much traffic gets brought over to their good service, product, whatever. At the same time, the division is in a lot of ways manufactured, like what we were going over with the whole Abba and Preach thing with Asmongold. Like, there's a certain manufacturing of the division in America, and the people that are benefiting from that division and drawing money from that are more than happy to keep that division going. Never take a chance to look at your ideology and the reality of what it is. Just complain Just complain that whatever you're saying isn't being taken seriously. Oh, nobody wants to talk about this. No, we talk about it. You just don't want to listen. You don't want to understand what's actually going on. Abram Preacher pretty dope, but like I usually don't watch them on here, but the fact that they were going over like what Asmongold was saying about the Odyssey, I thought was worth taking a look at. And I wasn't going to gather up a bunch of Asmongold clips to bring them up, so I'd rather give them the traffic than give Asmon the traffic. Gee. Yeah, Nick is one of the people that traffics in that division. He's creating further division. Now he seems to be backtracking on some of that, but it doesn't fix the damage that he did.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these.
Corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly.
I just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why I was coming from like a more like left-wing place. I'm from Seattle. I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes. They're like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall, it was a good time
about
for
the
them.
Roman
I had a hard time
Empire.
connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick,
okay, let's back up. If you want to talk about the histories of New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like after the Civil Rights Act.
Blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not. That wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that.
Have a good one. All right, thanks for coming through.
That's the only place in which they had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
And so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. And so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like there is like places that are chocolate. Like South Philly's full of Italians.
But there's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue,
Japan.
what I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. So like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, surfers in San Diego or even like, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked.
There it is. And I say this pretty often, like white is an exclusionary ideology because once you integrate something else into whiteness, it is no longer white. So to complain about white numbers dwindling, it's literally because of a lack of acceptance. And that's exactly what this community is trying to create, a lack of acceptance. There is no shared heritage or anything in particular that they're trying to push toward. It's just, hey, we just want people to look like us here.
On being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, cultural festivals and that that sort of thing. And white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example. So,
or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, you know, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little
Sure
Italy.
there is.
I mean, there's some
Also,
remnant in.
and that's exactly the thing. Like every single thing, for the most part, that white people celebrate and have festivals for, happen literally everywhere. Everybody celebrates Christmas. Everybody celebrates St. Patrick's Day. Everybody celebrates Thanksgiving. So what particular thing are they not able to participate in or be a part of? And why shouldn't they be open to being a part of the other festivals and enjoying the culture of other people? Like, it seems very snowflakey.
Bridgeport.
Yeah.
It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match
Yeah,
here.
there's
but,
a
like,
few
you know,
Irish
as a family
neighborhoods in
who
New
did,
York.
coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to.
Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Like, literally, they were just building little cookie cutter neighborhoods for people to run off to and making tons of money off the real estate because of the blockbusting practice. Like, this was a real estate developer and seller's dream. It's freaking nuts. Like, how do you not recognize that?
To maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburban
white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization.
Yeah, see, Levittown was supposed to be for veterans, but they wouldn't allow black veterans to come in. And a lot of the black veterans also they didn't have access to their, what do you call it? They didn't have access to, somebody help me with this. But they didn't have access to like what veterans get. Yeah, well, no, not the VA. Oh, now this is gonna bug me. It was on the tip of my tongue. I mean, yeah, pretty much VA loans, but anything in regards to like money they would get from the government that other people weren't getting. So already, yes, it was some type of stipend that they should have gotten from the government and they didn't have access to it. And so Levittown was one of those places that was supposed to allow veterans to be able to get affordable housing, and black veterans just weren't allowed to be there.
Is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. You know, my grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when after MLK.
It's the GI Bill. Thank you very much. Like, it was on the tip of my tongue. I'm like, it starts with a G. Why can't I think of it? GI Bill.
K got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground.
Yeah.
And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were there riots?
Yeah, MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger. The same kind of anger that you feel about being left out. The same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated. And
I saw Trump get shot in the ear, and
have a good night,
I saw
Myopic.
Charlie Kirk
Thanks
get
again for
shot,
coming
and
up.
I didn't see any cities get burned down.
So it's one thing to have a few people that people look up to get attacked or die. It sucks. I can understand why people would be disgruntled about it. But when all of the people you have in a particular group to look up to are either jailed, murdered, or attacked, there's going to be a different sense of anger. There's going to be a different sense of urgency in regard to that happening. I mean, even if it's just that their heroes are fake, they have other heroes. It's not like every single one of them is getting thrown in jail or assassinated. Like, it's not a one-to-one. So when you have the government literally going after every single one of them, or they're just getting taken out in general, it's just not going to be the same. You're not going to have the same reaction, especially when you already like what one particular individual is fighting for, which is like to allow for people to have an equal status in America, and is one of the strongest voices, and you gaining some level of equality gets taken out, it's gonna hit different. It removes all hope. What hope did Charlie Kirk being gone remove? What hope would have been removed had Donald Trump not survived the attempts? There's no right or equality that they would lose in those instances. It's still a horrible thing, but it doesn't have the same level of impact.
It's funny how I think it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
How's
it's
that different?
absolutely
Charlie
different.
Kirk got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated
Exactly,
all over social
Mo.
media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But that
He's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because
I
he's
think so.
gay?
Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal.
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Nick.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal.
So I don't know if I'm tripping, but I do recall Nick hanging out with a cat boy, and he seems pretty conservative. So I don't see the criteria that he's using in this instance making sense. Bruh. Moon, you are diabolical sometimes.
Enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? And grew up in a Mormon household, and he went to a largely Mormon college, and he ended up committing an act of violence.
Now, see, I don't agree necessarily with what Hunter's saying either. That doesn't mean he wasn't liberal, but there's no means to understand what the dude's ideology was. Yeah, I assume the same, Zephyr, but I know he was hanging out with the Catboy dude and was, as far as I understand, dating him. So to assume that something like that would make you liberal is definitely not correct. But the same as what Hunter's saying, like, honestly, all you can say is we don't know what his ideology was. Because I can't say, I can't know of anybody that knows what this individual's ideology was, guaranteed.
According to the FBI and the authorities.
And we all thought he was a groiper.
Like, how does that?
Everybody that was left of center thought he was a groiper. Everybody right of center thought he was a straight up, blue-haired liberal or straight up Marxist communist. So, like, your mileage may vary on that.
In any way compare to what we're talking about. I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African-American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's burning down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is. It was a big response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So
He's acting like they didn't want to move anyway. Even when there was no riots, blockbusting was still a thing. Before the riots happened, they would still flee to the suburbs. To act like this was the only thing that caused it, it could have been a major drive and a boom in it, but it wasn't the sole reason.
Like what in 2026?
Well,
what's the
okay,
point?
how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM
parts
didn't
of it.
destroy dozens of
If
structures?
you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the
Hey,
south
what's
side
good,
that did burn
Jay-Lee?
to the ground. But the most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago,
look what I can do.
it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't.
You know, when Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, yeah, I don't think you are. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, a lot of people want to move for varying reasons, but one of the bigger reasons in before the civil rights period was just that Black people were moving into your neighborhood. And that still happens pretty often. But now it's kind of moving in a different direction where they're moving people out and gentrifying areas. So the areas they wouldn't have wanted to live in before, now they're adding Starbucks and Targets, and here we go. All of a sudden, the flight is moving in a different direction. Yep, that's also true.
You know, let's say the
Good point,
anger
Mike.
of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
They
who's at
were
fault?
looting.
So
They were
who's-
looting and
who's
carjacking.
they?
The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by Black people, and it's Black people that are doing it?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with
Are you
Austin
really?
Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago
Bro, white flight is the exact opposite of gentrification. Like, I think we understand it just fine.
is that the
And
Magnificent
problem-
Mile is gone.
and the-
Water Tower Place
and the
is
problem
gone
with
because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time from an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not.
Nick,
The look on Hunter's
that's not
face.
true. It's
Oh,
not true. Are
it
you saying
is.
that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans? Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a Black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over.
Okay, Jay Lee, please explain. I really want to hear what I'm missing in this concept. I'll continue the video until you give me a firm explanation here.
By a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And
We're
so what
talking
you're
about-
trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is Black people.
I didn't say the problem's Black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
I
said
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, Black people are some of the biggest victims of the Black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial
What do you mean
dimension.
you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
So acting like poverty, not having access to different businesses, not having access to better schools, not having access to better jobs in your area wouldn't be a reason why there would be a reasonable amount of crime in people that don't have any other avenues. Like, put that literally anywhere, you're going to have a problem.
Here, you
guys,
have a platform in which
I think
millions
we're-
of people listen to
I
you,
think-
Nick.
I think-
Millions.
Well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys
Nick.
won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. We have 5 files featuring tons of archival footage. Those are the 5 films on C5.
Entire show. I know you're.
So you're telling me there's not a lot of crime in trailer parks, Jay Lee? Is that what you're telling me? when you have a large metropolitan populace with thousands and thousands of people, would you not think per capita the amount of crime that happens within a trailer park is similar to what happens in a city?
Not, but now you have Kick,
It
and now you
depends
have
on
all
the
of these
level
other
of
things. You have
poverty
an
and
enormous
opportunity.
platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get to, we can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024. Because Donald Trump
I did in 24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left.
Look. So, violent crime rate as opposed to property crime rate, as opposed to racial heterogeneity, and then you look at the median income. Looks like the lower the median income, the bigger the problem. But then you look at residential blocks, seems to about match. Yeah, mobile homes. These are trailer parks right here. So based on other residential blocks versus adjacent blocks, based on the median income, you get a similar crime rate. And this is in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm saying per capita, what you're getting is very similar. The crime rate's going to be higher. And this also depends on, yeah, right here, the overcrowding, males 15 to 21 years old. And that's with a lower population of people I would think would be doing these crimes. It's still going to be higher. I'd have to find a study on that. Let me take a look and see what I can give you, but I'm going to say it's about the same.
Out that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, because of, it's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 24.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, I mean, before, remember, all of us, you know, it was the Irish Catholics who were all committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans. They were.
Oh, wow. This is crazy. The AI overview said exactly what I was expecting. Let's see. Bring this up real quick. Crime in Memphis trailer and mobile home parks reflects the city's broader violent and property crime rates, involving specific local incidents such as burglaries, domestic disputes, and occasional violent encounters.
They were Irish. Every time it's wrong.
Although I don't have a study for you, the AI overview pretty much mirrors exactly what I said.
History has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white...
Of whatever this is, Testy. I'm not reading any of that.
Culture? What fucking white culture are you talking about, man? What literally? What
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah,
that's your white
How about
culture.
the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white
I
culture?
wouldn't deny you that, Testy.
Okay, well, it was written by a black man in France in
Yes.
the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So what?
Because you're picking out one example. It really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about it.
No, I'm saying J-Lead is going to mirror whatever is in the surrounding areas based on the comparable median income, the congestion of the trailer park versus the city. You're going to get pretty similar per capita crime rates. It's going to be comparable. You would rate. Oh my God.
Well, let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing, is that the way that you talk and throw out these historical facts, which, by the way, aren't fucking facts. Okay?
Which ones aren't facts?
Well, as it relates to the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, and the reason why we're out in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble, because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick,
Get
here's the other
over
thing.
it. Get over
Nick,
it. It's America.
Okay, but Nick, you can say stuff like that. Okay,
That's kind of the issue right there, Razor. It's not that the death of King is the root of it. It's literally them doing what they've done to maintain a status quo and keep civil rights down for as long as possible and still proceed to disenfranchise as many people as possible for the sake of whatever. But the government's had a hand in it since the beginning of America. So to act like that's the root of it is freaking crazy. I don't care if he was Christian. He was still doing what he was doing, which was pushing for civil rights, and he was very effective in doing so, to the point that they wanted him dead. I don't think Christianity fixes anything.
Without having to say it like that. And
That's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument.
Non-violent,
Guys,
Razor.
Nick, Hunter,
Yeah.
what do you
You gotta
guys make of the
remain
concept of
non-violent.
community collapse? Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand. I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this.
I'm
Okay,
too tall
for
to need a
real.
booster.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But
I
I
don't
mean,
want look.
guy at home who's
Yeah.
watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside. I don't
That's
know
it.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We are in look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have. And by the way, and they're out for you, man, just as much as anybody else.
Well, and I agree.
So those platforms that we talk about that you're not allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to say real quick.
Money.
Well,
His money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, to a degree, Elon cares about certain ideologies that he agrees with. So if it strokes his ego and makes him money, that's where he's going to be moving. So it goes a bit beyond that, but
I may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like these billionaires, right? Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time. For you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, you know, but I mean you in general, but I feel like, you know, your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true. Well, and in terms of, you know, building community back and everything like that,
did it
you know,
to
the data
himself.
says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or, you know, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, you know, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, you know, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't feel like...
Why don't people want to ride the subway and the bus anymore? Because of people like Nick telling them they're in danger of minorities all the time. He's complaining that people don't interact with one another. He's literally telling people that they shouldn't be interacting with certain individuals, which is going to create a level of division. It's so full of shit. Problem is expenses, not safety. I mean, for the most part, yeah, expenses make a big difference in that.
That if you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years.
There we
I
go.
feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, you know, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
Like most of the crime talking points that they take come from what happened in the 90s. The 90s, like the late 80s and the 90s were like some of the worst times for crime in the cities because the government was literally pumping drugs into cities and keeping people as poor as possible. And we've come a long way since then. I think things have become a lot safer. The crime statistics point to safer cities, yet these people are still saying that we all need to get our 2A handled and we need to be afraid everywhere we go. And that's just driving the sale of firearms, it's driving the sale of security systems, is driving the sale of so many different industries. So of course they're going to be happy to hear this. The news is going to continue to pump that out. Self-fulfilling prophecies.
Absolutely right. And it's what you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right? Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not, is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse, yeah. I think the things that people really care about, you know, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African-American urban or Latino-American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of like safety at risk, crime has been, I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
Everybody's going to fact check both of us on this, and but I agree with you. But my point about all of it is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were our neighbors and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you know, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really.
And this is a thing that a lot of people don't really recognize. Like when you live in an area and like you've been around certain neighbors for a decent period of time, you know the character of your neighbors. If one of their kids is a fuck up and ends up breaking into your car, you don't look at it the same way as like looking at a crime that's happening that you're not connected to that area. You're gonna know that, hey, this kid's got drug problems. He comes from a good home. People look at these things differently, but then especially when it's outside of, the category that you relate to, you're gonna look at that even worse. And in a lot of cases, you're gonna think that it's something fundamentally wrong with certain groups of people, and that's just not fair.
Really have to leave your house to make a living.
Hey, look what I can do.
You don't go to the community.
So happy that we finally get to see two people so polarizingly opposed to each other reach a common ground. Now let's talk about Israel. No, sir.
Community center anymore, and I don't know how to fix that. And I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of
politics,
AI.
right? Because community is like an essential human need, if not the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
So when you are deprived of that, you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken. We need to try something really out there. So you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like, fuck this. We need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the #1 problem of our times, because you look at the young people and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and
But that's literally what social media does for people now is you're being seen and you're seeing other people. It's just we don't have a personal connection. It's more parasocial than it's ever been, but it's still somewhat social. And I don't think a lot of us would have survived without things like Discord, which has connected a lot of us to people that we never would have met in life. So there's up and downsides to that. We can still be social, but then all the same, you got to have some social skills to begin with.
even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene and extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood and then into their old age. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going on. And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites-only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online. Go online, start spouting about politics, or, even not just for incels and right-wingers, but even on the left. Someone like Tyler Robinson, he's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, there's a tendency there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree, that's a huge driver.
So for you, like back...
Wow, finally something I somewhat agree with Nick on, but he's the one doing it.
In high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
The high school I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing. So that was.
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not in high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU.
Yes.
Because it'd be nice to have a stream that doesn't get clapped by YouTube for once. I've had like at least 3 of them get clapped because of random nonsense.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online persona and community around your content?
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point,
oh yeah, I
had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just the cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess
it doesn't seem like no matter how much I pause, they still copyright me.
Let's say, because being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how
I was in a stream with the Indian Jesus, and some dude that was in there literally tried to say that all the shooters were trans, and then quickly walked that back. Like they will literally say it's anybody but them.
How everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends. Yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth for Generation Z. I understand for older people, for different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said some of the more extreme things that you did say if you I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to take something back necessarily, what's one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, I wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, can you think of an example of when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
Yeah. So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it. You just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that. Shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how. It's always in the delivery that I...
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now. But
Like what?
The cookies in the oven?
Well, that's a joke.
Yeah, that was
But
one.
it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No,
Come on.
Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad.
I'm not mad.
Okay,
It's just...
I know. But okay. But you got to understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do. And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand, look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I
Hunter
promise
danced
you it
around it.
does. When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts, and you got to understand that. And by the way, I'm looking at
saw
you,
Bibi.
and I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk, or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Okay.
A little bit of both.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing, because, and I
Porque
think
no
this
los
is a
dos?
disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because
he's
I, let's
grooming?
say, drop the N-word on a video or something. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
They
to what
really
you
are.
say. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. What's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say. Everybody else is left. And what you do pick up, you pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel, because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment.
Some of the worst company ever.
An enormous amount of niche but but love from that. And I don't. But
like Nick not understanding why he lacks the acceptance that actually makes his life better is that he literally speaks out against all the things that he actually is. He's actually denying himself. He's not white, yet he speaks up for white nationalism. He's not straight as far as anybody understands, but he speaks out against groups that would accept him if he wasn't trying to basically ruin their lives. So, like, literally, he is distancing himself from the things that could make his life better and helping other people to distance from things that would make their lives better.
I just
and
don't
making
believe
tons
that you
of money
believe
doing
that.
it.
I don't believe that you think.
And stuck living alone and unhappy. The resentment is understood.
That it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think it's. You believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to
I just
respond
laugh
to
at
the
him
first
now,
thing.
right?
I know I talk
Well, no point in
constantly.
punching.
That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well, in a certain way.
Let's let Nick explain
I know.
the psychology behind edgelording.
It's that overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out. And it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially.
Zephyr? Zephyr? There's a higher chance that he marries a white man. Oh,
for a young person, you want to rebel, you want to be defiant, you want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again? People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what makes you get less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction, pretending like it's some great travesty.
So you think the new counterculture is going to be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism had its excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording also has its excesses. And I think now we're finding a middle ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of with no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American experiment.
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't think everything about wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty. And I think there were some hateful attitudes. And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke. But I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, a different way of life or from a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican.
100%.
People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff.
No, what happened to those far-right Hispanic people that were pro-white nationalist? Oh, well, we'll figure it out eventually.
Went too far as well.
You know, one of these strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Hunter had
Un poco.
Oh, happen on me.
No, not a little bit, I guess, from high school.
Can you do a little bit?
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't speak it from my dad, so.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And I'm not going to lie, I mean,
Pretty
people,
sure they
people
reminded
made
you.
fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman. They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's,
Yeah, he didn't internalize one
it's
bit
just
of
a
that.
human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you went? Wait, what if you were and identified as being Mexican, and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah,
It's
that's
interesting.
the
I'm just
point.
saying.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And
so
I'm
you
not-
may find it funny because you pass as a white Anglo-Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
You think I pass as a white Anglo-Christian?
Oh, he needs
I
it.
not only think you
Yeah,
pass, I think you
yeah.
identify as it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview, okay? And I literally on the write up here, it's like you were talking about how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school.
Right.
And the thing that you liked the most about Mark Levin is
Seriously,
how
you could
cruel
see
he
the
was
joy in his
to
face.
The callers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see. I don't get that. Like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording, and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it. And without going like, oh, like whan, like people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which is positive without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for the end of my conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours, but I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, I think that that's why you like Trump. I mean, I'm making, like a very unfair leap, because his first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that we're in a war with Iran, that he's ended 38 times and started 39.
Mhm.
It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his.
I don't want to guess what Nick thinks the reason why we're fighting with Iran right now is. Anybody want to guess in the chat?
Fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's just the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. You know, why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that, just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that we can consider.
I'm going to say that's called conditioning. You've conditioned people to shitty behavior and basically being demeaned and mistreated. And then when they accept that, all of a sudden, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's crazy work.
Considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, Mark Levin, you got to remember, at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in. He gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal. You know,
Froze my money and put me on a no-fly list too.
there you go. See, so we got that in common.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think like October 7th and the subsequent like pro-Palestine movement and the online worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican Party has this inextricable institutional connection with the Israel lobby, with this Likud government in particular. And I think people just started to see the hypocrisies. The hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars except for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. They said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone.
You know, we're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So
why especially? He could have said even, and it still would have been bad. But he said especially. God damn it.
I think that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish people as a whole.
Oh, they had the bang bus. That's crazy. Especially Michael Jackson. Yeah, Alex Jones being the voice of reason in a room lets you know you were already off the reservation. You were in for a bumpy ride. They tried, Razor. It didn't work.
Out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to ignore some of those other conversations. I know that it's now
Dan Bilzerian's another one that reminds me of Trump. Like, literally had everything he needed. All he had to do was just do regular business. But instead, he decided to pack in on the luxury end of it, and he lost so much money and ended up bankrupting his own stuff. It's crazy.
Maybe in vogue to say.
Now, the problem is, Razor, that he already had the money. So before all the crazy came out, he already had the money and the recognition. It's almost impossible to stop the tap at that point.
That the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just Netanyahu. It's just the Likudniks. It's just the Israel lobby. But, what would you say about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this, let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and mobilizing his power and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you...
Moan, I'm going to say it's both. He is out of control and he is also not in their control. It's a terrifying mixture.
Were to say what's a law that we could pass to prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American citizen. He can't buy a media company and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News, and yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus, because then they can say, hey, look, these people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent. To lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government, is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers, bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes everything, because I don't think that you... a little bit
that is good
more
work.
Compassion.
See this right here, and then look at this. That's rough. But then seeing what Andrew Tate was arrested in, it's worse than this suit. Damn, Myron, the skinny jeans.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking. I promise you. I'm
no,
not.
but as far as compassion, I more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given
not just all minorities, LGBT minorities? It's the most woke encapsulation you could ever find.
Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
In some cases, yeah, in some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated because I think that, look, let's just be honest. I do believe the political left wants
Matter
to
of fact,
make
I got to pull that back up. This is a mixture of pretty much every race, except for white people. Well, most are half white. Christians and Muslims hand in hand. Never thought you'd see it.
the Israel issue very narrow, and they want to say that the issue is this genocide in Palestine, and on some level they think that the Israeli government is racist.
You f***ing baying pig! You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
And that's the problem. And I think that
aside.
ignores that there is a broader conversation, and it does have to do with the Holocaust, and it does have to do with Jews as such, and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity. So to try to shoehorn it in and say, well, if anybody goes further than this very narrow critique of Israel, well, they're actually helping Israel, I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Well, do you care a lot about Palestinians?
Not more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why
That's
they
a
would be like, okay, you're
non-answer.
just taking advantage of this discourse.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world. My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you. The right canceled you first. The right canceled you first, and Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you call the left, to be able to do that, but it was the right that canceled you. And by the way, I
Gonna say the right has been canceling people for as long as I've been alive. The satanic panic was real, and I remember them literally boycotting stores and businesses over the movie Jesus Christ Superstar. That's cancellation. So to act like they weren't already involved in cancel culture, it just got a name slapped on it, and then they pointed a finger.
would consider a radical right. The Daily Wire, to me, is a radical right.
I don't think they're even reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire were
That was the
to the
purity
right of Mitt
testing.
Romney.
What up, groupers?
You know what I mean? That's what I mean, and that's
They
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah,
It's
my point
conversation.
was that's who you were canceled by.
I was also canceled by the left.
No, I know they came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along, and whether you call it canceling or saying like, "What the fuck?" This is what I call it. What the fuck? like what the fuck? And so, I don't find it funny. And just like you're
Facts,
able to
Razor.
say, well, I just think it's funny, I'm able to say, I don't find it fucking funny.
You say the Daily Wire isn't alt-right, but didn't they have people like Milo Yiannopoulos working with them? Like, there's people within the Daily Wire that are alt-right. So to say that they don't identify with it is not quite the way it works. Normie conservatism? I don't know, dude.
Funny. I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you said about me. But I'm willing to sit here and listen to you because I want to get to this, and this is my whole point. What about fucking Donald Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah,
How did you get, of all the people in the world, where you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context for the viewer, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad, the war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No.
If
no,
you
do I want to? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Look, man, I would, like, can we get him? Can we get him in the hotel room?
So I want you to
Like, Candace Owens was on the Daily Wire too, which I would definitely consider her alt-right as well. Like, it's the same talking points. If Radish hired ANCOM for something related to the DMZ, that doesn't mean Radish is now an ANCOM. I'm gonna just say it right here, right now. First, Horseradish is an ANCOM.
Let's get him in
I want you to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to, what do you want to ask him?
Oh, put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and
Have a good night,
I think
Tessie.
you would agree with me.
Thanks for coming
is
through,
that
and
Donald Trump
I'll
isn't
look
gonna
into
give
that whole
me
egg thing later.
an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer.
Probably not.
He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. And 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain.
To be fair, anyone standing near Nick Fuentes, he's going to be looking up. They're 6'7" to him. Yeah, I said it.
That he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office in the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job with NATO. He did an amazing job and that he got a raw deal from his side and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now because he has no answers. All he has is a finger to point. And that's all he does.
I only do Wednesdays.
My point is, I don't know what to ask him. Why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
What? I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really because I don't want to get into I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war, but your dad wasn't the president.
Yeah. I mean, what Biden thinks of the war, I don't know what Biden thinks about these days. But yeah, I do debates usually on the weekends, and then Wednesdays dedicated stream night. Some days shorter than others, but I didn't want to say it, Groofus, but I'll let that one ride.
States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on. I'm just an Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, it's haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC. And what do we have? the Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that that's Donald Trump on everything.
Speaking of, Moon posted a really good resource on that. Isthestraitopen.com. It's a very insightful website.
He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. He said that he would build a wall. I don't believe in building a wall, but everybody said that's bullshit. And then when he got into office, the corruption, the level of the corruption, I mean...
Like Groofus, even if he sends troops in, like, what's it going to accomplish? We had no reason to be there in the first place. We have no real strategic points in doing so. We're just destabilizing a region. Like, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of money, and it's screwing over Americans. If he sends troops in, oh, I don't even want to think about it.
People believed, or led to believe, that there was this thing called the Biden crime family, right? I know that you know, is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest possible thing away from politics that I possibly could. Don and Eric have done over $1.3 billion in contracts, just in contracts for underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense. Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan. Because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you, and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was a disaster.
I'm not taking that debate.
A complete and utter disaster as it related to what he did with COVID. Regardless of whether you think we were wearing a mask or not.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Who wants to check on John Bolton? We're trying to figure out where Mitch McConnell is at this point. We're not worried about John Bolton. I mean, they're all old and anything could be going on right now, but Mitch is the prime one. Yeah. We want to know where the turtle is. Give us the
because
turtle.
He doesn't hold, you know, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't
Even more
fight.
reason why I
There is
don't
this
want to know what's
perception that
going
the
on with John
Democrats
Bolton
are
right now.
ruthless. Fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message. And I talk all the time on my show about it and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I could fire the people I need to fire, do the things I need to do. That was like a very powerful message in 2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took APAC money for that matter, Sheldon Adelson money at that time in 16. Even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month. But Why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump would just be a disaster. And then obviously Biden,
like literally complaining about everything Trump did and the things Biden didn't do, and voted for the guy that did the things, hoping for a different outcome. Crazy work.
came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth, honestly. But by 2024, I mean, I was out. In 2024, because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to vote for Trump for that reason. And it was only until a year later, after all the exuberance died down and people saw the bearing of the Epstein files, the war in Iran, people said, you know what? You were right. You were right about Trump. Even Alex Jones told me you were right about Trump. I was all in on him. So.
Wow, develop a following with no critical thinking skills that follow all the things you used to say and are still on board for all of that, not understanding that until they get screwed, they won't know they got screwed. That's crazy. Who would have expected?
I mean, as far as him being vaporware is concerned and a scammer, and fundamentally, you're 100% right, no ideological core. He's not an ideological guy. Yeah, it is. He's
literally all about him.
And I agree, he's a cruel narcissist.
Yeah.
And you said I like the cruelty. I do not like the cruelty.
No, by the way, no. I didn't say you like the cruelty. I said I'm listening to your thing, and you said one of the things that you liked about Levin was the cruelty. And not for the cruelty's sake, it didn't seem to me like this, is because it was raw. It was, yeah. And that's so I'm not saying that.
No, but I agree. I think he
looks
is
like
cruel.
Hunter's like
even
over
what he
this
said
conversation.
On Easter, I mean, we're Catholic. On Easter Sunday, he says we're going to annihilate Iran, and then he made fun of Allah on Easter Sunday. So, you know, that kind of stuff, it just totally turned me off entirely.
Is there anything that you think Trump can do to like regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No, it's over. People see what he's made of. And Hunter's right. He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massie.
This guy named Thomas Massie. There's something wrong with him. They just vote no. They love voting no. They think it's good politically.
You realize
He's
that
had a
if
lot
you
of
are
restraint
America
this
first,
conversation.
you have no place in this Republican Party. Because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace. And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
what do you think happens, Nick? I believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that. I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship light?
No, I have a lot of confidence only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in the House because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say, you know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument, let's say the income you made during Biden was ill-gotten. For the sake of example, it's just doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't even come close, doesn't even touch Jared Kushner, Howard Warnick, Steve Witkoff, Don Jr., Trump himself. It's just a different sport. It's a different game entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office. But I think it'll basically drag this administration to a halt. And then in 28, I think there's an opportunity for a clean reset with both sides, right?
Like, I mostly agree with what Nick is saying in regard to like how corrupt the Trump administration is, but I think it's going to be more than just Democrats that are going to put eyes on that. There's going to be a lot of conservatives that will come to the table with Democrats to make sure like, hey, we know what actually happened. We get the oversight, we get the job numbers, we get to see what actually happened with Doge. Like, I think there will be a bit of a reckoning, but it won't just be from the Democrats. I hate to say it, but we need the inside of people like Nick Fuentes for nothing but to actually show retards in America how corrupt Trump is. Don't disagree. I don't disagree. He does know that is one of his strengths. It's just, if only he used his powers for good to begin with. Had he known then what he knows now, I think America would be a slightly different place.
Dan left.
Hey guys, quick thing before we get back
Not
to Hunter and
tremendously,
Nick.
but
So these two guys individually have been hammered on all sides by out of the algorithm. Ground news. All right, back to Hunter and Nick.
Whenever you talk about Trump, sometimes you explain this like nightmare scenario that revolves around a Vance presidency.
Yes.
Rufus, do you agree with what Rand Paul is doing with Fauci, or is it just vendetta? Like, I see that hearing as some of the dumbest shit I've seen since them going after Comey for seashells in the sand. And maybe you are wish casting. I don't know, but I would hope Rand Paul would go after the actual corruption rather than going after the vendetta that he's had all this time. For some reason, he just has a hate boner for Fauci.
What about J.D. Vance being in power scares you so much?
If Trump doesn't have an ideological core, then Vance really doesn't, because Vance is a chameleon. That's not his real name, for openers. Never had a real job. These are all sinecures given to him by Peter Thiel. 6 years ago, he's a never Trumper.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction, and that's ultimately what worries me the most.
Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Might be America's Hitler.
See, they sit there and say, oh, you know, people on the left are calling Trump Hitler. It was literally his vice president.
Wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Now he's a national conservative, national populist. And so we don't even really know who he is. I mean, to me, this is basically a Manchurian candidate. This is a shell. And who is the power behind him? It's the oligarchs. It's the little tech oligarchs in bed with the CIA, you know, especially at this fever pitch with AI. I think that's really dangerous. So to me, him being president is just a worse scenario in my mind.
For the uninformed viewer, what is the Palantir J.D. Vance connection?
Well, Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel's very close with David Sachs. J.D. Vance was given his first job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. You know, the CEO of that company said.
Okay, so you agree with it, but there are two issues you have with it. I think there are better things for him to focus on. Agreed. There's no point in him doing it anyway. Fauci is pardoned, and nothing will ever happen. I really want to hear what validity you think there is to it to begin with.
It was a personal favor to Thiel that I hired him. And then Thiel got him all his jobs at these various venture capital firms, including his own, and then funding J.D. Vance's venture capital firm. Peter Thiel gave $15 million to Vance when he ran for Senate in Ohio in 22. Peter Thiel secured President Trump's endorsement for him in 22, which basically got him the nomination and the seat. So, I mean, as far as anybody's concerned, Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, who derives his fortune from Palantir.
And now he's a Catholic like you and me.
Well, he's a convert, so, you know.
Beware the convert.
Yeah. So do you think that Trump's unfulfillment of his campaign promises was a result of him being like compromised by somebody connected to that structure, or do you think he always just never cared?
I don't know that he never cared. I just think that, you know, me, I'm an idealist. So I think about the ideas and the concepts. Trump is a businessman. And so I think with him, everything's transactional. And I said this in 2024. Trump knew the voters would swallow anything. The voters would not walk away from the table because they were enamored with him.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
So he knew he could break every promise with them in order to fulfill promises for the donor class, which is little tech, the Israel lobby, and Wall Street. The bankers, Tim Mellon, you know, the big asset managers. So I think with him, everything's business. Everything's a transaction. And that's why you can't trust him. You have to do business. And in 24, I said we should all collectively say we're not going to vote unless he makes certain commitments. And not enough people did that. But I mean, that's fundamentally his flaw.
Your critique of this like elite power structure sounds like vaguely anti-capitalist.
It's not anti-capitalist. You know, capitalism says the capital, large amounts of capital will be held in private hands, which I believe in. I am a capitalist. But I think what is happening is that it's the way that money is used in government. There needs to be a distinct and separate national power that subordinates the money power to it. The problem is the billionaires buy all the elections, buy all the media, control public perception, and so
Maybe you should
really
have a chat
we're
with them,
all
Rufus.
subsidiary then to the market. So I support capitalism, but it just has to be underneath the nation, underneath the state.
It seems like you have a pretty optimistic perspective on the year 2028.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28.
Kind of keep coming back to this like clean election year. Do you think that's going to be
Baron
like a
Harkonnen
renaissance year for
himself.
outsider candidates and outside media channels like this one?
It can be. I think it certainly can be, because I think there's frustration on the right and on the left. You know, you see even in the primaries on the Democrat side, it's all DSA progressive types that are winning. You ironically have the
That's
same
exactly
frustration
what
on
he
the left
said,
with their
Zephyr.
establishment.
And like people will say that, you know, when the banking system collapsed, Obama should have federalized the banks rather than bail them out. That would have been actual capitalism. But ultimately, he erred on the side of caution. And I don't know if I agree or disagree, especially from the position he was in. But we see where it got us now, and it's not looking good, with the exception of Dave Smith for some reason. Dave Smith is an idiot.
As we have on the right. And so I think, you know, in 2028, it's going to be a year where there'll be a competitive Republican primary and Democratic primary, and hopefully the people make their voice heard and we get some new options, you know, maybe that reflect the will of the people more.
Yeah. And so what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. I don't like some of the things that he said, like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person in the room and says, you know, the founding fathers or would.
Wait, wasn't Nick sitting there with not a single white person in the room? It's great.
Look down on us, the working people with their dirt-streaked hands against the billionaires. I think it's a little too divisive.
I don't know if
like
I
his
agree,
energy. I
but
like that he's young.
again, I wasn't in the same
It's
position he
ironic.
was in.
Yeah,
Most
okay,
presidents
fair
haven't been in that position, and he didn't create
That's
it.
rich, buddy. But no, look,
But it
Pat,
seems pointed at me.
I know, but yeah, but the thing.
He was dissing you in that video?
Yeah, a
Like
little bit.
staring down the camera like, just for you, Nick, you son of a bitch.
People like me.
Yeah.
But what I see
That's
is
it, Groovus.
somebody is
That's a
using
big
government
part of the
for
problem.
exactly the purpose that you just said, is to break the oligopoly, to target the anger towards a tiny percentage of the population that has controlled the levers of government, from the White House down to the mayor's office in New York City or Peoria, Illinois, to that matter, and even more so as you go further down that chain. And so I look at somebody like Mamdani, and regardless of his delivery, which may be off-putting, particularly from somebody coming from your side, is that he's delivering, man. You know what? I mean, he's really delivering. You know, like I saw somebody going
Nick hates
after
to see it.
Mamdani for some of this stuff, and particularly about rent control. You know, and I was like, well, how do you think that the middle class was built after World War II and the GI Bill and rent-controlled buildings that created those communities that we were talking about an hour ago?
The GI Bill provides returning soldiers and veterans a range of benefits, including mortgages to purchase homes, loans to go to school, and this really was instrumental in creating the new American middle class.
Created the availability for somebody that was 26 years old, that had a job with the MTA, to be able to live and work in the city and put the kid in a school with the idea that they would be safe walking there, and go to a park that, you know, where the water fountains worked. That's what I see him trying to do. I mean, by the way, it's just so tired and, you know, ridiculous. He's a communist. Like, it's about the communists. Like, who even says that anymore? Nobody. Like, you know what? It was 1981, and, you know, we're watching Rocky V and worried about the communists. You know what I mean? I just don't. I don't get it. Rocky IV. My whole Philly legitimacy was just blown right there.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of, and so I look at somebody like Mamdani, I think, well, he's just talking about
I
good
hope
government.
you get that.
Like,
I
what do you
wish
think
that
about
for you.
healthcare? Don't you think that there should be a single-payer system? Don't you think that there should be some guarantee as a right? Because I don't know how you make it in this country and aspire to a middle-class life and be able to afford a, catastrophic event as it relates to your.
And that's exactly it, Goofus, and I'll probably end it there. But like, yeah, we were the only nation that had a working industry, but we're currently spending on the Iran war enough money to give every American health care or give every American education. Why not just do it? And then you'll have more people in better positions to put money into the economy that will still be providing more money to the government to create more prosperity for more people. Like, I don't see where this is a negative. But who should I rate into tonight? Because it has been a fun time, but I think I've had about as much of this as I can handle. Who's streaming right now? Let's raid into... for a palate cleanser, let's raid into Parallax. It has been fun, y'all, and I will catch you again probably Friday. I think I have a debate coming up, but we will see. Catch y'all next time. Peace.